Good evening. You can do better than that. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. As you see, it's a full house, and if everybody talked all at once, it'll be crazy in here tonight, but we'll set out the procedural rules as we go. My name is Dawn Morgan, Mayor, and I want to welcome you to the regular meeting of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen. Today is Wednesday, May 4th. This meeting is also being streamed, so be aware your comments are also being streamed. So we'll begin this evening with an invocation by Evangelist Wanda Lawrence, Jehovah Shammah Ministries.
Thank you. Good evening. Certainly respect to Mayor Morgan and to all of the board and to everyone. If we can pause for a moment of prayer. Dear God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you that you have allowed us to come together again. We thank you, Lord, for your grace and for your mercy. We pause for a few minutes just to say thank you. Thank you for being such a caring God. Thank you for blessing us in the midst of so much going on, in the midst of chaos, in the midst of tragedies, Lord, but you are still God and you still reign. We ask, God, your special blessings upon the meeting tonight. We ask, oh God, that you will allow everything to be done decent and in order. We ask, oh God, that you bless, oh God, every decision. Let the decisions be made that will benefit and that will bless all people. We thank you for this town of Kernersville, Lord. Bless. We thank you, Lord. We'll give you praise and we'll give you glory, God. Have your way, God. We ask that you be with, oh God, those that are speaking tonight. We ask that you be with the ones that are coming forth with business tonight, that, Lord, you will take over and you will be in charge, that everything is done, God, that will benefit, God, everybody, and we'll praise your name for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Evangelist Wanda Lawrence. She's with Jehovah Shammah Ministries, which is on Nelson Street in Kernersville. We appreciate your involvement in the town and your invocation tonight. Thank you very much. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. One of the honors of the Board of Aldermen is to have the ability to recognize significant accomplishments in the community, significant dates, and achievements. And at our last meeting, the board unanimously passed a resolution in support of declaring May as Historic Preservation Month in the town of Kernersville. And we are honored tonight to have two people here to accept the proclamation. We have Mandy Cheek, who is president of the Kernersville Historic Preservation Society, and Martha Knipe, who is here from Preservation Forsyth. And they'll both talk a little bit about the efforts that they're involved in and that these organizations are involved in to protect and preserve our history and to share it with others, especially in this month of May. So I'll ask Ms. Cheek and Ms. Knipe to both step forward. Thank you, Matthias. All right, as mayor, it is my honor to recognize both of your organizations and to thank each of you for your efforts for historic preservation in our community. In May, the town of Kernersville joined cities and counties across the U.S. in a nationwide celebration of Historic Preservation Month. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for economic development, tourism promotion, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation is relevant for all communities across the nation, urban and rural, and for neighborhoods and citizens all throughout the town of Kernersville. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people, and whereas Historic Preservation Month is co-sponsored by the Forsyth County Historic Resources Commission, Preservation Forsyth, and other local preservation and neighborhood organizations throughout Forsyth County, and whereas these organizations encourage members of the community to participate in creative and fun events related to historic preservation as a way to celebrate, and whereas there are over 20 events scheduled in Forsyth County this year for citizens to attend. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Board of Aldermen that the Town of Kernersville declares the month of May 2022 as Historic Preservation Month. And we unanimously voted, as I said, to make it so. So we're delighted to present you this tonight and invite you to tell us a little about your organizations and some of the plans.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to say thank you to the Board of Aldermen and to Mayor Morgan, and let you know that we do have a Historic Preservation Society in Kernersville. We always welcome guests to all of our meetings, which are bi-monthly. We have a website, which is kvillehps.com, and we have a Facebook page for those of you who are on social media. Our Preservation Month activity is going to be May the 21st at St. Paul's Historic Cemetery, which is next to Cagney's, if you've never been there before. And we're going to be cleaning tombstones, the gravestones there. And we have all the supplies. We have an enzymatic cleaner that it's really exciting to clean them and see what's underneath. A lot of them aren't even able to be read until they're cleaned. So we're looking forward to that. We will have some refreshments, and we hope that you'll join us for that and in the future at any of our events.
Hi, I am Martha Knipe with Preservation Forsyth, but I am delighted to be here tonight because I am also a resident of Kernersville. I grew up here. I came home quite often. I moved away, but I came home quite often because of my family, and I moved back here permanently in 2009. So I'm very pleased to be able to accept this as a resident of Kernersville. Preservation Forsyth, we have social media. I do the Facebook page. We have a website as well. We have a number of activities that are going on for Preservation Month, including historic district walking tours in Winston-Salem. We are doing, we have a very large initiative going on at this point called the Unmarked Initiative, which is working with a variety of historic Black cemeteries throughout the county. If you go to our website, you'll be able to see all of that. We just did, I want to say it was March, I'm trying to keep up with the dates, a wonderful, wonderful historic wallpaper presentation workshop with Dale Pennington over at Kerner's Folly, which was really great, and we hope we will be working with them again. And I would like just to acknowledge as well the Kernersville Museum and Kerner's Folly, who do tremendous work here in Kernersville in historic preservation as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, as I said, welcome. This is the beginning of the regular part of our meeting. And as you've noted on the agenda, we have several public hearings tonight. We have public hearings and we also have public sessions. So there is a set of procedures for the public hearings that's printed on the agenda, but I'll review it briefly. When an agenda item is denoted as a public hearing, persons attending shall be permitted to address the Board of Aldermen regarding the item under consideration. Those in favor speaking first, and those against speaking second. Proponents and opponents shall be given 20 minutes of time to speak, and that's total, and may choose to allocate that time among different speakers or allow one speaker to utilize that time. In the event that proponents or opponents have not designated a speaker or speakers to represent that view, the mayor shall divide the 20 minutes by the number of speakers wishing to address the board, and each such speaker shall be allowed that given time within which to express his or her comments, ideas, concerns, expressions, and desires. After the opponents speak, the mayor will allow the proponents 5 minutes for rebuttal. If the proponents choose to exercise this option, the opponents will also have 5 minutes for rebuttal. In the event that the proponents do not present a rebuttal, then the opponents shall be given no further time to speak. So that's basically the public hearing, public comment rules. An important factor is that we have speaker cards in the back of the room. So if you are interested in speaking on one of these cases, you may be the person who filed the case. Just to help with this many people here tonight, it would help me if you went ahead and filled out a card. So the speaker cards are in the back. They may be given to our town attorney. Ed Powell is sitting at this front table, and he'll hand it off to me. All right, really important. There are a lot of very serious issues and zoning cases before the board tonight. So it's really important to let everyone's voice be heard. And to do that, I would request that you maintain respectful silence when someone else is speaking at the microphone when it's not your turn to speak. There is an area outside between the two doors that's indoors that you can have conversations if you need them, or you can go outside completely and then come back in. But if you could just keep your conversations kind of outside the room so that everybody can hear what's being said. I may stop people to make sure that we can hear you in the microphone, because that's the only way that you'll be heard in the streaming. We can still perhaps hear you in the room, but that's the only way to be heard in the stream. All right, so I've gotten a number of speaker cards. So if everyone else who would like to speak could fill out a speaker card. And also, I see former Alderman Cruz has just stepped in the room. Kenny, if you could find a seat, and there's plenty here in the front. All right. So we've got some seats along the front of the room. We have extra seats on the side here if we were to need it for people coming in, but it'll be a long meeting. I want everyone to be comfortable. Okay. Our first item on the agenda is a public hearing. It's an annexation. It's item 1A, a voluntary contiguous petition for annexation by Food Line LLC for property located on North Main Street, County Line Road, and Macy Grove Road, containing a total of 20.457 plus or minus acres. And we'll be considering an ordinance annexing said property. We'll begin with a presentation from our Community Development Department, and I'll recognize at this time our Community Development Director, Ms. Catherine Garner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Board of Aldermen. Tonight's first case is the voluntary annexation for the Food Line property on the corner of North Main Street, County Line, and Macy Grove Roads. It does include the right-of-way of North Main, part of Macy Grove, and part of County Line Road as well. The map on your screen shows the area of current town limits in this dotted area, and then the proposed Town of Kernersville limits in the darker shading. So this was a condition required as part of the Food Line approval for the rezoning to be submitted. So this is the first annexation tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Garner. This is a public hearing, and I'll declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this annexation? I do not see any cards for anyone signed up, so I'll just ask in the audience, is there anyone here to speak in favor of the annexation? Seeing none, I'll ask is there anyone here who'd like to speak in opposition to the annexation? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Is there any discussion, or do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Alderman Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
second by Alderman Gorham. All those in agreement of the motion, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the first of 3 related public hearings. The first is a public hearing on an annexation. The second is a public hearing on the Kernersville Development Plan. And the third, item D, is a public hearing for rezoning. And a site plan. So how we'll do this is we'll have 3 separate public hearings and 3 separate votes. So if you'd like to speak on the annexation, your comments should be related to the annexation. Should this property be annexed into the town of Kernersville or not annexed into the town of Kernersville? The same thing with the Kernersville Development Plan, which is item 1C. Your comments should be limited to comments about the Kernersville Development Plan and your view of the proposed change versus something else related to the Kernersville Development Plan. So item 1D, which is the rezoning, is where the specifics of the number of houses, as are on the site plan, the stormwater runoff, whatever other issues are specifically related to the conditions with the site plan and the conditions of the rezoning and the rezoning itself. So at the planning board meeting, they combined the development plan and the rezoning public hearing, but we're going to do them as 3 separate items. Okay. Now I want to make sure I've got everybody's card who has signed up to speak. All right, so I have David Michaels speaking in favor. And Reggie Austin speaking in opposition. Is that correct? I'm missing some cards then. I don't have your card. What's your name? Reggie Austin. Okay, so I've got David Michaels speaking in favor, and I've got Reggie Austin speaking opposed. Okay, all right. There's agenda items and it's blank, so all right. So you're just speaking on item D? Okay. And Mr. Michaels, you're speaking on item B, C, and D? Yes. Okay. All right, so we'll begin with a presentation by our Community Development Director, Ms. Catherine Garner, on item B, which is the annexation. So it's a voluntary non-contiguous annexation satellite petition by David Michaels, agent for Windsor Investments LLC, Bruce Atkins, Rita Atkins, Adam Atkins, and Seth Atkins, owners, for property located near 7507 Watkins Ford Road at the terminus of Farm Creek Road and Carvey Smith Road, containing a total of 83.376 plus or minus acres, in consideration of an ordinance annexing said property. Ms. Garner?
Madam Mayor and Board of Aldermen, this is the annexation survey and plat for the proposed annexation. So it's a very long and fairly narrow area, so it is difficult to try to copy and paste it. But it is essentially these collection of parcels that make up this long oblong shape. It is several parcels, but I want to mention for those in the audience who may not deal with annexations all that much, the state outlawed the hungry hippo style annexation. That's my favorite way to describe it, where municipalities can go out and gobble up land. We can't do that anymore. So these are being petitioned by those who have the legal authority to make that request, and it would only affect those parcels under consideration. So we've received numerous calls about how does this affect me, and unless you made a petition to be voluntarily annexed, it would not directly affect whether your property was in the town or not. So I feel like that's important to mention for those in the audience tonight. So the voluntary annexation request is a satellite annexation, but it is just for the parcels that are included in the rezoning.
Okay, and are there any questions from the aldermen of our staff at this point? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. I have Mr. Michaels signed up to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the board. My name is David Michaels. My address is 5603 New Garden Village Drive in Greensboro, 27410. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I will be speaking on all three of these cases that are before the board tonight, and I will probably focus most of my time on the rezoning aspect of it. The primary reason that we are seeking annexation of this property, we had studied a number of different site plans and ways to utilize this property. And after speaking with Kernersville staff, meetings back earlier in the year, January, it seemed that there was a mutual interest in this would be a favorable site to be annexed into the town of Kernersville, primarily for the reason of being able to access public water and sewer that would be necessary to service the site. We looked at a number of different options, but the public water and sewer access was the primary driver. But we also have very good experience working with the town of Kernersville. We've done a number of sites within the town over the past few years and going back even further. And so we very much enjoy working with the town, the staff. The staff knows us, we know the staff. And so we felt like this would be another good fit for the type of product that we would put forth. So we would respectfully ask your consideration in favor of this request.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the annexation? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the annexation? I'll declare the public hearing closed.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to take this opportunity to make a motion that we approve the voluntary annexation as set forth on the agenda.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Apple. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Alderman J.R. Gorham. All in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay, the next item under consideration is item C. So we're on 1C, which is a public hearing on the Kernersville Development Plan. Curtis Swisher, agent for the town of Kernersville, because amendments to the development plan are always brought by Curtis Swisher. Curtis is right there. He's our town manager, if you were wondering. For consideration of an amendment to the Kernersville Development Plan to amend the land use plan from rural residential and traditional neighborhood development to low-density residential for properties located near 7507 Watkins Ford Road at the terminus of Farm Creek Road and Carvey Smith Road, containing a total of 83.376 plus or minus acres, meaning all of the pins included on the agenda and a portion of the other pins included on the agenda. And it is zoning docket KDP 58. We'll begin with a presentation by our Community Development Director, Ms. Catherine Garner.
Sorry about that. We've got so many presentations tonight that I can't keep track of my own presentation. Let's see. The KDP is KDP 58 for the Atkins Farm subdivision. It is from rural residential and traditional neighborhood development. This is a county land use plan, but our county and our town land use plan work hand in hand because of the connectivity and the proximity of the town with Winston-Salem in their jurisdiction. But the request is to go to low density residential. The 6 parcels are all on the north side of Watkins Ford Road near Farm Creek Road. In the pins listed, again, this is only applicable to those that are under consideration, just like the annexation. And it is in conjunction with the rezoning case K798, which is proposing 216 single-family detached homes on the subject parcels. So the map on the left shows the existing land use plan designations in that area. You can see the area in brown is traditional neighborhood development. This includes most of Caleb's Creek and the Weldon zoning or development areas. And then the more tan or taupe shade is the rural residential. And then you'll see on the right, it cleans up the boundary of the traditional neighborhood development, which I think is just a mapping error cutting across this site. But everything in the buttery yellow as opposed to the brighter yellow at the far left edge of the map. But the yellow in the middle is the proposed low density residential area. Low density residential is defined in the land use plan as areas for unique high quality community components and with residential areas that are predominantly single family residential. The larger the single family designated area, the greater the supply of available land, which assists in supporting a greater price range of single family homes. Low density single family residential has been our primary land use. But rising housing costs and smaller household size is causing a greater demand for higher density residential. However, low density residential has a zoning density of 0 to 3 units per acre, unless the area has a lower density than 0 to 2 acres. 0 to 2 units per acre shall be considered. Part of the reason that staff supports the land use plan amendment is that Kernersville is a growing population. We are growing within a growing metropolitan region, and our population has grown by over 14% in the interim between our last census in 2010 to present. The proposed development is also located on the edge of town between Caleb's Creek and other single family subdivisions. There are several under consideration with Forsyth County currently as well, and more rural single family homes that may have developed over time. As the town continues to grow, it is advisable to approve development that serves as that gradual transition from rural agricultural land to the denser urban housing that you might find in the Caleb's Creek communities, in the Weldon communities. Housing market trends are also moving towards the higher density, medium to higher density. This is due to many things, including rising housing prices, availability of materials, and demographic shifts are causing increased demand for smaller lot owner-occupied housing. Some nearby examples for density purposes, Brunswick, the density is 3.62 units per acre. Watkins Landing has a density of 2.89 units per acre. And then Elks Ridge and Owls Trail, which are communities within Caleb's Creek, are both over 3.2 units per acre. Planning Board and staff recommend the approval of the resolution in the staff report to designate the following parcels as low density residential. And this was the Planning Board vote at the April meeting with 1 voting against and 1 member absent. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do the aldermen have any questions of Ms. Garner at this time? All right, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. I'll recognize Mr. Michaels.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of the board. David Michaels, representing Windsor Homes, and just a few comments in regard to this. Staff's done a wonderful job of, I think, explaining why this is proposed as a low-density residential site. And I just do want to reiterate that what we are proposing is a total of 216 lots. We'll get to that with the final site plan. On about 83 acres. So we're going to be somewhere around 2.6 is what we're proposing. So we do fall within that under 3 units an acre that would be required by a low density residential site. This to me does fit the definition of a transitional location where you're moving from more rural areas that have not been developed to the east of this property, where you have a number of sites to the west of this property that have been developed at a higher density. And Ms. Garner just had some of those densities up on the board that were over 3 units an acre. So this would perform a nice transition, in my opinion, from a more rural setting into what has already been approved and has basically been developed out to the west. I mentioned that part of the reason we made this request was to access water and sewer. We had looked at this site for an alternate, possibly septic fields and public water or wells. The site does not lend itself, because of the soil characteristics on the property, for septic fields. So if this property is going to be developed for residential, it needs water and sewer. And if you're going to go to the cost of installing that water and sewer, it's really not cost effective to put that in if you're going to have lots that are an acre or larger in size. Those lots are going to be more spread out. You're going to have more utilities. You're going to have more roads. And all of this would be something that eventually the town of Kernersville would have to maintain. So it seems to make more sense to try to get the density to a reasonable level to support the cost of the water and sewer, and provide something that is, again, a transition. Most buyers today are certainly more comfortable with smaller lots. They want a yard, but they don't want a yard they have to spend all afternoon mowing and maintaining. They want a little place, to be able to have some quiet time outside, or a place for their kids to play. But much more acceptable in the market today to have smaller lots. And so we feel like this is a reasonable request to make this change for the land use plan, and hopefully you will support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the amendment to the Kernersville Development Plan? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion. Well, let me strike that just a moment. May I ask one question of Ms. Garner?
Absolutely.
Catherine, for purposes of the land use plan amendment, what we're dealing with right now, it's my understanding that low density residential would include anything that would have a density of anywhere from 0 to 3 units per acre. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if there were a plan proposed that would have 1 unit per acre, it would be included in that definition. And if there were 2 units per acre, it would be included in that definition.
That is correct.
Okay. And that's what we're dealing with now.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Mayor, based on that information, I would move that we amend the Kernersville land use plan to allow as proposed, to read low density residential for this particular.
Okay,
area.
the Kernersville Development Plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry.
All right, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Alderman Thompson. All right, any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, wait a minute. I've got Mr. Apple, or Mr. Thompson, Mr. Apple, Mr. Gorham and Mr. Penix in favor? All opposed? Mr. Barrow is in opposition. Okay. The next item on the agenda is another public hearing, rezoning. David Michaels, agent for Windsor Investments LLC, Bruce Atkins, Rita Atkins, Adam Atkins, and Seth Atkins, owners, request a single-phase conditional use rezoning from Forsyth County AG to Kernersville RS7C for properties located near 7507 Watkins Ford Road at the terminus of Farm Creek Road and Carvey Smith Road, containing a total of 83.376 plus or minus acres, being all of the pins and a portion of the pins is listed on the agenda, with the requested uses residential buildings, single family. This is zoning docket K798. We'll begin with the presentation again by Ms. Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The final case for Atkins Farm subdivision proposal is the rezoning, now that it has been annexed and assigned a Kernersville Development Plan designation. The request is to rezone this property from Forsyth County Ag, which is short for agricultural, to Kernersville RS7C, so that's residential single family, minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet with a conditional use district. And that means that the site plan proposed, if approved, would be the only plan that could be constructed on the site without going through the same process. The uses are residential building, single family. That is one house per lot, so it's detached dwellings. The total acres is 83.376 approximate. The units that are proposed are 216 single family detached, which it gives us a unit per acre count of about 2.6. Relating to other existing zoning districts, the current zoning again is Forsyth County Ag, which you can see in the bluish teal color. The requested zoning is RS7C. That's the Town of Kernersville zoning jurisdiction. And then adjacent zoning districts or nearby zoning jurisdictions include Forsyth County Ag, and then the MUS and the RSQS that you see for Caleb's Creek. So everything in the gray here is generally related to Caleb's Creek, and then these are Brunswick and Brunswick Crossing. So they're the Town of Kernersville's closest zoning districts are much higher in density than what is proposed tonight. The site plan, again, is 216 single-family detached units with a units per acre of 2.6. That 2.6 is just referring to zoning density. You'll hear we refer to low density or high density. Again, Stormwater also uses that phrase, and that can be confusing. But for zoning, it's 2.6 units per acre. The applicant has requested the RS7 zoning district for the dimensional standards, but the lot size do vary from 7,039 square feet up to 34,393 square feet. So it's quite a range in sizes for the development, which would provide a number of different opportunities for housing styles, providing unique looks throughout the neighborhood. The lots are proposed to be served by public water and sewer. The water would be extended from the existing public water line on Watkins Ford Road, and the sanitary sewer would be extended along Watkins Ford Road from the existing sewer line at Kippen Drive. That's just to the west. This area Kernersville invested in expanding sewer in this area, and so that is part of the reason for attaching to the sewer, extending the sewer, and making it available to new residents. The site plan also features 23.8 acres of common open space, 8,049 linear feet of new public right-of-way, sidewalks, and a mail kiosk to serve the neighborhood. This is the overall site plan. It is a long, fairly narrow lot, so the applicant and his engineer split it into two sections. So this is the overall, and the next two slides will show the northern and southern portion a little bit more close up, but this is Watkins Ford Road on the left side of the map. And so this is the south site plan, again showing Watkins Ford Road on the left, and then the northern site plan. For zoning density, it's 2.6 units per acre, which is consistent with the town's long approved standard for low density residential of less than 3 units per acre. Again, this is the nearby developments with their density, showing Brunswick at a density of 3.62 units per acre, Watkins Landing at 2.89 units per acre, Elks Ridge and Owls Trail at Caleb's Creek, each over 3.2, and then Quails Run at Caleb's Creek is 1.62 units per acre. So, and this is a map representation of those densities in those neighborhoods and where they are in relation to the proposed tonight. So here's Atkins Farm on the right. The closest is Brunswick at 3.62. Quails Run at 1.62. This is in Caleb's Creek, and then the more dense ones further up Teague, above Hedgecock, and below Ogden School Road. At the planning board, several of the neighbors expressed interest in knowing how many approved housing developments we had sort of on the books, and how many houses that are sort of waiting in the wings. So we've calculated that information. So this includes all rezoning approvals of the past 17 years. And so it's a good number in that we have approved these and you have approved these, but at this point, some of these may not be built anymore. So it's not like they're all in the queue for us to review for site plans and issue building permits. So some of them are in for permits and some of them are under development, but some of them we may never see for one reason or another. The blue on the map show those areas that are kind of the older ones that we have not seen, and some that we know are in the process of being redesigned. Some at Caleb's Creek that have been approved are in the process of being redesigned. So it's an accurate number showing how many have been approved, and that is 3,308 units over the past 17 years, and 482 have been built. So again, we are really rapidly growing, and so using this as a baseline for whether we need more housing may not be the best measuring tool to use to judge that. The land use plan, which you just took action on, it was rural residential and traditional neighborhood development. It has now been changed to the low density residential. The land use plan notes that the demand for different types of residential units is driven by changing family sizes, single parents, and an aging population, as well as the amount of growth that we are experiencing and will continue to experience with new economic development, job generators coming online. Building elevations have not been submitted for consideration at this time, but the developer has indicated that the homes will be 2 stories tall and an average of 2,500 square feet. We have some submitted photos that I will show on the next slide. And staff is recommending conditions similar to Brunswick to provide additional assurance to surrounding property owners that would require each of the buildings to have hips and or gabled roofs, windows that incorporate the use of decorative shutters, heads, aprons, and or cornices, stylized entrances, and framed and paneled garage doors with decorative trim. So these are some of the photos that have been submitted by the applicant showing representative types of homes that may be built in this development if approved. The Thoroughfare and Street Plan also provides some interesting information on this in this area, particularly as a lot of development has occurred. So the site will be accessed by Watkins Ford Road, which is classified as a minor thoroughfare. The Thoroughfare plan identifies the potential for a future Old Salem Road extension. You'll see that in the dashed blue line. And so this map was done back in the 2010s. And so there have been several developments both in Kernersville and out of Kernersville's jurisdiction that would make that exact route no longer feasible. And it is also not currently on the Metropolitan Planning Organization's Comprehensive Transportation Plan, or the CTP. So it's not in the pipeline. It's just kind of one day we may need an extra road in this area. So that is the anticipated need for another north and south connector, but that would be many years down the line. And that alignment would need to be updated and adjusted based on the developments that have occurred in our jurisdiction and outside of that as well. The ITE trip generation manual estimates that single family dwelling units generate 9.44 trips per day. So that's over a 24-hour period. So for the number of units, so 216 units times that 9.44, you come up with 2,039 trips per day over a total 24-hour period. And that's both coming and going. AM peaks are estimated to be 164 trips and PM peaks are estimated to be 216 trips. And that is an estimate of the busiest single hour of the morning and evening rush period. Certainly with more people working from home and not necessarily doing the 8 to 5 commute, that those numbers may be slightly lower, especially as we see more municipalities, or not even just municipalities, but employers going to virtual work. The current volume on Watkins Ford is 1,500 trips per day. That's the most recent number that NCDOT has calculated. And NCDOT has also reviewed the proposed subdivision and will require left and right turn lanes on Watkins Ford Road. It's my understanding that there have been some conversations about, well, why isn't DOT requiring other improvements at other intersections, because they're already overburdened. Again, DOT is reviewing this plan along with all of the other plans that are occurring in this area. And I can't speak for NCDOT as to why improvements are not required in the intersection, but they were provided a copy of this plan, and the comments that they made were just that left and right turn lanes would be required. The proposed development is surrounded by unincorporated area, and it is unclear if or when this land would be developed. Again, it would have to go through the same process of if it were to come into the town of Kernersville, requesting the annexation and getting a Kernersville development plan designation and a rezoning. Our subdivision ordinance encourages connectivity to adjacent parcels, but it does not support connectivity to streets that would be DOT streets. It gets a little murky with the development standards and who stops plowing the snow where and who is responsible for what and in the field and on the road. So that's why we do not connect to NCDOT roads beyond the main access there at Watkins Ford. The developer has proposed 2 stub streets to the western adjacent parcel. One is here on the top of the screen and the other one is here on the right. Fire code requires secondary emergency access for developments over 100 units, and the applicant is proposing to improve the Farm Creek Road, which is off-site of the proposed development, to fire code standards and plat a perpetual easement until an alternative secondary access road is constructed. The planning board recommended adding a condition that a gate be installed at the end of this fire code access point to prevent that road from being utilized for trips other than which it was intended. So the site plan also includes 23.8 acres of common open space. Some of that is protected natural areas, but that also includes 3 stormwater control measures and several drainage easements. The ordinance does not require buffer yards between similar uses, so there's no requirement for a landscaped buffer between residential properties. It is utilizing the high-density stormwater development option, so this is different than the high and low density for zoning. The proposed built-upon area is 25.4%, and 24% is the magic number to go from low-density stormwater to high-density stormwater. So I feel it's important to point out that it's just 1.4% over that threshold for high-density stormwater. A reduction in the density on the site would very likely place this back in low-density stormwater development range, and no stormwater control measures would apply or be required. So at this point, with this development and this proposal, we have to require the stormwater development and stormwater control measures, and those are reviewed by our town engineer for conformance. He's had some conversation with some adjacent property owners who are concerned about that, and they've brought some good information to his attention so that if he were reviewing the plans, if this were to be approved, he knows what to look out for to make sure that everything is working. But the stormwater runoff will be treated on site by 3 stormwater control measures. You can see one down here towards Watkins Ford Road, and then 2 smaller ones on the northern end of the development. Our staff analysis is that we are a growing community within a growing metropolitan region. We all enjoy living here, so a lot of people want to enjoy living here too, and we think that's great. New housing is needed to accommodate that growing population, particularly with the increase in job opportunities that's coming to this area. This proposed development is located on the edge of town between Caleb's Creek and other single-family subdivisions and more rural single-family homes. Housing prices and demographic shifts are causing an increased demand for smaller lot owner-occupied housing, and proposed density is consistent with other approved low-density subdivisions and certainly within the range of the low-density definition in the KDP. This subdivision has been designed in a thoughtful manner to protect those environmentally sensitive areas on site and provide additional screening and buffering from surrounding properties, and then as well as trying to accommodate the stormwater runoff. Planning Board's and staff's recommendation is to amend the Unified Development Ordinance of the town by rezoning the properties in this case from Forsyth County Ag to Kernersville RS7C, finding that the rezoning is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and being both reasonable and in the public interest because the conditional use district rezoning allows that specific site plan to be considered, addressing the transitional character of the area and providing additional protection to adjacent properties. It incorporates watershed protection, which will help improve the natural environment while providing a buffer to the adjacent properties. And the proposed development will help meet the demand for additional single-family housing with a variety of lot sizes. Planning Board and staff also recommend approval of the site plan subject to the conditions as presented in the staff report, and then with the 2 additional conditions recommended by Planning Board for that gate at the emergency access point and that the building height shall not exceed 30 feet. And this was the vote at Planning Board. 2 voted against, 1 was absent, and the remaining Planning Board members were in support of the rezoning request. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Catherine, I have a couple of questions just for clarification, so I'll be sure my understanding is correct.
Hey, Mr. Apple,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wanted to ask you, do you want to ask your questions before or after the public hearing?
I can do it after the public hearing.
Okay. All right, this is a public hearing, and I'll declare the public hearing open. I have David Michaels signed up to speak in favor.
One more time. Madam Mayor, members of the board, good evening. My name is David Michaels. You have my address. I'm employed by Windsor Homes. I do have a presentation prepared to put on the screen that will help guide some of my comments for the next few minutes. And I appreciate the opportunity to be before the board tonight with this important decision. I would commend staff for their thorough report. I go to a lot of different jurisdictions with Windsor Homes and make presentations, and that was one of the most thorough presentations I've seen. And summarizing a case, I can assure you have a wonderful staff at hand to help guide you through this decision as well. So thanks to Catherine and her group for that. Go ahead to the next slide. I do represent Windsor Homes, and I bring this up just because, as I mentioned earlier, hopefully you know us and we know you. So we're the builder and developer in the Triad since 2001. We've built over 3,500 homes. We're locally owned and managed. We're not part of a corporation that's somewhere Texas or Jersey or anywhere else. We're right here in the Triad. We've been active in Kernersville for a number of years. There's a few of the neighborhoods: Oxford Ridge, Brunswick Crossing, Lake Ridge, Brunswick Caleb's Creek. We also finished up a few lots in Macy Lakes. We're building only in Owl's Trail. The other communities, we actually did most of the development work. Also present tonight, in case there's a question I can't answer, are Tom Hall and Charlie Hall with Windsor Homes, and Steve Causey. I'm going to ask him just to say a few words about some of the more technical aspects of our plan. So he's here from Allied Engineering as well. Next slide, please. So this is a proposal for 83.38 acres, requesting county AG to city RS7 conditional use. So the site plan is tied to this zoning request. It does include the annexation, which has already gone through. And there's a number of conditions that have been assigned and agreed to for this site that range from utility access for sewer line, various conditions related to transportation. I'm not going to go through these in detail. The secondary fire access road, building design criteria to be consistent with what we've already done in the area, landscaping requirements. This site is currently basically an open field. It's been farmed for a number of years by the Atkins family. By the time we're done, there may be more trees on this site than we started with, based on the number of trees that go in per lot and to provide the landscaping that's required. And there are a number of stormwater ponds that I'll ask Mr. Causey to speak to. So all this being said, just to say that these are tailored specifically to this site to provide the best quality development that we feel like we can offer in this location. Next slide, please. The site plan, that's pretty small, hard to read. We'll refer to Ms. Garner's if we actually need to look at something. She's already done a fine job of going through the specifics of that. Next slide, please. The site plan, again, has been reviewed and by staff. We've been through the DRC process. Comments have been addressed. It's all single-family homes, a single use, 216 lots, a density of 2.6 homes per acre. On average, these lots will probably be somewhere around 8,400 square feet. I think there was a range given from somewhere over 7,000 up to almost 34,000. And important to note that open space, common area on the site will total about 28% of the total area, 23.8 acres. Next slide, please. It will be accessed from Watkins Ford, which is a DOT minor thoroughfare. We do show 2 future permanent connections to adjoining lands if those were to develop to the western portion of the property, as I mentioned, where there is already development that has been going on. These would all be public streets, and we would propose those improvements to Farm Creek Road at the appropriate time to satisfy the fire access. There are minimal streams and wetlands on this site, a small area up near Watkins Ford Road, a very minimal impact, if any, that we will cause to these streams and wetlands. 3 retention ponds proposed, and we will have a homeowners association that will maintain all of those retention ponds, any signage, the centralized mailbox facility that will go in with the site, any other common areas and open space that may be on the site. And that's important because there are a number of these common areas that do adjoin property owners primarily to the east along Carvey Smith Road and along Farm Creek Road. So there will be an association there that for those buffer areas, they won't be relying on an individual homeowner. It'll be a collective group of owners that will maintain those common areas that are set aside as buffers against those adjoining property owners. Next slide, please. We did reach out prior to the planning board with a mailing and a virtual meeting on April 7th. We only had a total of 3 folks participate in that call. They all lived on Carvey Smith Road. We had 1 email inquiry that we responded to. The point being that we did make ourselves available to talk with folks with any questions or concerns they may have prior to the initial public hearing. I also know that since the planning board meeting, Mr. Atkins has had opportunity to speak with a number of his neighbors about why he is interested in selling the property and giving them a chance to speak directly to him in terms of any personal issues or concerns they may have with the site. I'm not going to ask Mr. Atkins to speak. He's available here. But just I want to note that he has had some conversations since the planning board with some of the folks that he felt were more well, that he knew in the neighborhood. Next slide. I pretty much addressed this with the development plan revision, so I'm not going to go through that again. What I would like to do is ask Steve Causey with Allied Engineering if he would come up and just speak to the next couple of slides. These are more technical issues. I know there has been some concerns about traffic and transportation, as well as stormwater and drainage concerns that the site could bring into consideration. So, Steve, if you would mind, just go ahead. And,
Mr. Causey, if you could state your name and your business address for the record.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Steve Causey, Allied Design, 4720 Kester Mill Road, Winston-Salem 27103. Probably just iterate a few points that Catherine's already made regarding traffic. As she pointed out, Watkins Ford Road is currently NCDOT minor thoroughfare, has a capacity of around 12,000 vehicles per day. And based on the latest traffic counts,
Next slide.
okay, yeah. Latest traffic counts, we believe the volumes are just under 2,000 trips per day. NCDOT did look at the plans as we came through the DRC process and confirmed they will be requiring center left turn lane, as well as a right turn lane into the property. Next slide, please. Stormwater, always a concern. The site's currently an open field, most recently used for farming. There's no engineered control measures in place today, obviously, for farms. We are proposing 3 measures on the site. They will be designed to minimize impact to the adjoining properties. They will minimize offsite sedimentation, control quality, or manage water quality, and control the runoff rates. They will be designed to meet the town's current water quality treatment requirements, as well as quantity or detention requirements. The first inch of runoff will be captured and managed in what will likely be wet detention basins or wet ponds. We will manage the post-development release rates to the 10-year storm, and we release it at non-erosive velocities. We have been made aware of some concerns. I think downstream there's some pipes, drainage features, all we've been made aware of, and we expect to design to avoid any further impact. As David pointed out, the ponds will be maintained by an HOA. They're required to reserve funds for long-term maintenance of the ponds. The ponds will require routine inspections and annual certifications to make sure they're functioning properly in accordance with the town's ordinances. So I'll be around for any questions.
Thank you.
And I do just want to clarify, thank you, Steve. Just want to clarify one point. We didn't actually see a speed limit sign on Watkins Ford Road. I'm not aware of one. At 45 miles an hour, the DOT indicates it could carry about 12,000 vehicles a day. So if it's a 55, it could carry more than that. I'm sure it's at least a 45. And I know there are some concerns with folks about the traffic on Watkins Ford. If it came to the point of requesting that speed limit be reevaluated to 45, we would certainly support that. Okay, so the next slide, please. So the proposed homes, Ms. Garner touched on this. They will be consistent in style and value with Brunswick Crossing. It's the same builder, Windsor Homes, about 2,500 square feet. All of these dwellings are proposed to have full 2-car garages. All the yards will be fully landscaped. Currently a price range of somewhere between $300,000 to $425,000 is where those homes have been selling. And so just for a round number, retail build out of this site would be about a $75 million project over a period of time. We're not going to be able to develop 216 homes. It's going to take several years to actually put all this on the ground, and probably moving through them at a rate of 30 to 40 a year would be a reasonable number. Catherine, if you can just go through the next few slides. These again are some of the homes that are currently offered in the Brunswick Crossing neighborhood, just for illustration purposes, but similar to what we would be doing and proposing to do in the Atkins farm. So in summary, and again, thank you for your time and staff's assistance in helping to discuss this proposal and move through the approval process. We do feel that this is a reasonable request. I know there are some concerns about the general area, but in looking at this specific site and the best use for this land, we do feel it's reasonable. It's consistent with recently approved neighborhoods, nearby neighborhoods, both in the type of housing and the density that we are proposing. It actually offers a lower density and more open space than the most recent development we're currently working in, which is Brunswick Crossing. It does meet all the requirements for the development, Kernersville development plan of a low density residential neighborhood. It is in a key growth area for the town of Kernersville. And so it's certainly an important consideration before you tonight, but one again that we feel like is a very reasonable and appropriate use for this location as Kernersville continues growing. It will be built by a local builder, and it will be well maintained by the future homeowner association. Staff is in support of our request. We come to you tonight with a 7-2 favorable planning board vote. And so I do ask for your support in this request, and I or any other members of the team here tonight will be happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone here in opposition? I'll recognize first Reggie Austin.
Yes, my name is, may we use a pointer?
Sure.
Okay. Jennifer's the pointer runner. My name is Reggie Austin. I live at 165 Carby Smith Road, Kernersville. I represent a group of concerned citizens and residents on the Watkins Ford Road and Watkins Ford Road and Kernersville area. We have 34 active members that have met multiple times since March to express and organize concerns that will be selectively presented here tonight. We have 356 signatures on petitions opposing this zoning request. The concerns brought to you today are organized in 4 major areas: stormwater runoff, infrastructure capability, school system capacity, right-of-ways and easements. Next slide. We'd like to draw attention to the impact on Abbott's Creek Watershed, which includes Idlewild Road Branch. Impacts include, but are not limited to, flood risk, erosion, impact of surrounding properties. This area has increased risk of flood and erosion, and this density of development will put added pressure on those existing waterways and basins. The proposed development is represented by the star. Next slide. This is Abbott's Creek on Watkins Ford Road, a highly traveled bridge at the Brunswick development. Please note the typical conditions and the conditions during a rain event. Next slide. This is a tragic event that occurred at that bridge. A young mother of 2 lost her life and remained submerged in that water for 2 weeks before her car and body was found due to the amount of water there. Next slide, please. This is the Idlewild Road Branch at Watkins Ford Road. Abbott's Creek and Idlewild Road Branch at Abbott are a part of the Abbott's Creek watershed, and they're impacted greatly by runoff from major rain events. Next slide. This is flood risk profile from flood.nc.gov, a state site. A description, and the site is there to your left. Disruption of floodplains can cause severe damage to stream banks, houses, and roadways. And you can see the indicators on the hazards there and the impact. They're both red there. Next map, please. Next slide. This is a topography map that indicates the elevations of the proposed site, and you can see where the water goes. The following pictures are of Watkins Ford Road and Carby Smith, and they'll pretty much speak to themselves. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, next slide. The soil profile in this area, the soil profile is safe, as the developer has alluded to, is poor from an infiltration rate perspective due to expansive clays. Wet ponds such as those currently being bannered about are maintenance nightmares. They attract snakes, they're attractive nuisances to children, and we have an increased risk of drownings in those things. DEQ states post-construction runoff cannot exceed pre-construction runoff. Due to the increase in impervious surfaces, this is not possible from an engineering perspective as you add impervious surfaces. It will get worse. Many larger, more densely developed jurisdictions are currently undergoing revision of their floodplains due to the loss of pervious surface area, Charlotte-Mecklenburg being a major one at this time. It appears these SCMs are retention ponds, which was just confirmed, and I'm sure that's up in the air. They'll develop. But how deep, I think he spoke to how deep they were, the rate of discharge, plan for maintenance and repair, and what about unknown site conditions and actions to address those? What regulatory agency inspects and permits? Who owns them? And they're saying they'll throw those over to the homeowners association. Who's liable? Does the developer remain attached or connected to this project from a liability perspective? And if so, for how long? And are there limitations to that liability? Will whomever owns these things carry a letter of credit or a performance bond? Next slide. We question the due diligence as it relates to traffic in the immediate area. The other slides that we had seen used 2017 data, and we noticed that it had been updated to include 2019 just now. So that's and the numbers match a lot of what we're saying, but I'll give you some more analysis here. During the 2-year period between those 17 numbers and the 19 numbers, there has been significant and fast-paced growth to the traffic in that local area of network of roads. On High Point Road, just south of Watkins Ford Road, there was a 7.8% annual growth rate. Standard traffic engineering practices consider a 2% annual growth rate standard. At 66 in Watkins Ford Road, there was a 4.2% annual growth rate, still 2 times the growth of industry standards. With as spoken to earlier, 2,216 units proposed at 9.44 trips generated per day. The Atkins Farm Road will add, as stated, 2,039 trips to Watkins Ford daily. While 2,039 more daily trips might have minimal impact to larger corridors such as Union Cross Road, those were built and maintained to handle such numbers. 2,039 more trips added to Watkins Ford Road will drastically impact the wear and tear on our already poorly maintained road. We provided the aldermen with these points and the specific numbers supporting these statements. The cumulative growth will lead to 11,904 daily vehicles being added to the existing rural, minor, thoroughfare, and infrastructure. And the Atkins Farm development will add 2,039 daily vehicles to that number. We have serious concerns about the safety, particularly AM and PM peak travel hours and the intersections at each end of Watkins Ford Road. We'd like to request, and we'll do so as citizens, that we could help with requesting a signal warrant analysis at 66 and then on the other end at High Point Road. In the event of a crash-related fatality at an unsignalized intersection, NCDOT will require one. We plead for this concern to be addressed now before it gets to that point. Next slide. Okay, that's already been up. I feel this slide is poignant in that, but it's for another day. That's the, wait. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, that's a different slide. Okay, that's just an this was the slide I was referring to, the thoroughfare plan. Next slide. Okay. This is the Thoroughfare and Street Plan Annual Report from the Town of Kernersville in 2018. I'd like to highlight the quote. Without the implementation of a thoroughfare plan, the road network south of Interstate 40 will far exceed the capacity to carry future traffic demands. Next slide. These comments come from a public document from the City County Planning Board discussing another proposed development adjoining this one. The town of Kernersville noted, and it's highlighted there, Kernersville was concerned about future NCDOT road improvements from Caleb's Creek development and the impact this development would have on those improvements. Please note the 3 developments in this area all connecting one another. The disconnect in planning among these 3 projects will lead to damage beyond repair to this environment. Next slide. We assume there has been automatic and mutual aid agreements put in place, or will be. Does Kernersville Emergency Services have the bandwidth to serve a satellite annexation this far from town? Engine 44 is currently blocked 2 times daily due to school traffic. And word is Engine 44 will be moved further away. That will increase response time. Next slide, please. This is the status of the schools in the area. You have actual and capacity numbers designated by A and C. The bond, there has been a bond mentioned in the K798 report. It was a 2016 bond. Next slide. The QR code at the bottom is the county bond tracker. The Forsyth County Commissioners placed $350 million bond referendum on the ballot in November of 2016. These bonds provided funds to improve safety, capacity, and instructional delivery in our schools. Short answer on that bond, if you'll go through that tracker, all the money's earmarked, and none of the projects are related to additional schools in this area. Next slide. Okay, I just want to speak momentarily to easements. We have several residents that are pursuing their easement options at this time. Next slide. The staff noted that if during the sewer line permitting process condemnation is required for additional right-of-way or easements, the developer shall provide documentation that a good faith effort to purchase property at market value was made. Concerns regarding good faith efforts have been brought to our attention, specifically concerning the process taken to obtain these easements, and even more specifically as they relate to some more vulnerable members of our community. Tactics currently being used for obtainment have not been well received in the community. Next slide. We acknowledge this document's from 2004, but how did Kernersville get so far away from this stance? The North Carolina Old Salem Road Area Metro Activity Center allows the town and county to create a unique, high-quality place versus an intrusive commercial highway strip with scattered, poorly planned residential development. The versus is now, or appears now, to be the definition of what we're doing. Why not pause and take this opportunity to do this right? Next slide. Over the last few years, the town has seen an increased demand in smaller lot, owner-occupied housing. We're not disagreeing with that there's a demand for smaller lot homes. But we also know there's a very high demand for larger lots, as evidenced by the recent multi-acre lots that were sold on Carvey Smith Road, and the calls a number of us landowners get daily trying to buy land from larger tracts of land to build houses on. And if this is something this area can offer, why not do that? This area, well, it wasn't when I wrote this. It was was not currently the town of Kernersville. I guess it is now. It's an outlying agricultural area. Perhaps people who are attracted to that area want those bigger lots. The stressors on our watersheds, infrastructures, emergency services, and schools would be greatly lessened by this approach. Next slide. Will county residents be impacted by city or town restrictions due to our proximity to the new town limits there? Next slide. If the Board of Aldermen vote to approve, we'd like to ask conditional approval based on achievement of the following. lower density, and I said zoning, but evidently RS7 will cover low density. Stormwater runoff addressed and liability recognized. Work with NCDOT and secure stoplight installation at each end of Watkins Ford Road. Ensure signage, flashing lights prior to the apex of each hill in both directions at the development entrance, the former Lackey home, now owned by Windsor. Reduce speed limits with signage, turning lanes. All easement issues addressed and resolved prior to construction without clandestine, heavy-handed tactics. Site berm eastern boundary. Like to see a stub road to the east of the proposed development, and the SCM outflow rerouted at the Cleve main property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Okay, hold the applause, okay? All right, there are a few minutes left for opponents. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, are you sure?
My name is Catherine Buxton. I live at 116 Carvey Smith Road, and there's a lot of people here. And I just wanted to give the people an opportunity to stand up who are part of this presentation that was put together.
I'll
by
permit
Reggie.
that.
Okay, so anybody who's here, stand up. So here's your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, I'd like to ask Mr. Michaels if you have a rebuttal. And the limit for a rebuttal is 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to touch on a couple of points that were raised there, and it may reiterate some things that we already said. Concerned about density. We are barely over the threshold for having requirements for stormwater management devices. That if we were at 24% built upon area or less, we would not have to do any stormwater control measures on this site. It's an open field now. It's a farm. There's no runoff control in place right now. I'm sure Mr. Atkins and his family has done a fine job of respecting the land and trying to control runoff, but during farming season, I'm sure there's a lot of rain. You get a big rain, the water's got nothing to contain it before it goes off site. So at the density we're proposing, we are required to do stormwater management devices, which will be maintained by the homeowner association. There are town-specific requirements for making sure that funds are available to provide for that long-term maintenance and repair. We're very familiar with installing these ponds. We do them on just about every job. We're familiar with working with Mr. Jensen, the town engineer, and his staff, and getting the ponds designed and built and turned over to the homeowners association in perfectly good condition. We've just finished up the one at Oxford Ridge. We had to do some clean out of sediment. We had to make sure everything's right. The engineer's going to certify it, and then the town should accept it, and we will give it to the homeowner association in perfect condition. It should be fine for many, many years because all the development is finished. So we're very familiar with these ponds. And again, they are going to provide flood control during heavy rain events. They're going to provide sedimentation control initially as an erosion control device and then permanently as a stormwater management device, which not only provides flood control, but also an increase in the water quality because it allows whatever runs off the site to collect in those ponds, and then the pollutants, whatever it is, settles out to the bottom and the cleaner water goes out the top of the pond. That's the way they're designed. So we feel like the density that we're proposing is actually a little bit of a benefit for stormwater management and control of runoff. Watkins Ford Road is a DOT minor thoroughfare. It can accommodate, depending on whatever speed limit is, somewhere between 12,000 and 20,000 cars a day as it sits right now. We have specific requirements to make sure that our traffic movements entering and exiting into our neighborhood onto Watkins Ford will be safe, with turn lanes to allow through traffic to go through and then folks to be able to make those turning movements. There are off-site sewer easements required. I'm not sure what tactics Mr. Austin was referring to. We have agreements basically with 3 of the 4 parties at this point that we need an easement from, and we've continued to work with the 4th one in a very professional manner, and we will continue to do so, assuming this is approved tonight. If folks want larger lots, they're going to have a hard time putting them on this particular piece of property because I already explained that we did a soil analysis. There's not much suitable soil for a septic area on this property. And so we feel like what we're proposing with water and sewer, public water and sewer, public roads, the density we're proposing with the stormwater management in place, that again, this is a very reasonable use for this location. The petition was an online petition. I looked at it myself. I counted 43 different cities besides the town of Kernersville, including 9 different states, ranging from California to New York to Florida to Tennessee. So it's an online petition. I'm sure there are a number of Kernersville residents who participate in that, but I think there's a whole lot of other people outside the area that may not even know where Kernersville is. So again, thank you for your time and consideration of our request tonight, and we are available for any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Austin? And you have 5 minutes as well.
Okay. Concerning the petition, the city you're in at the time you signed the petition is where you where it comes online that you're located at. You have people on vacation. I think we had one. Where were you? Belize or somewhere. But anyway, concerning the easements, I'll be glad to speak to them about that off public record and put them in touch with the folks that have relayed, that have addressed these concerns. The DOT numbers and our analysis was done by a traffic engineer, and be glad to put her on the stand, but we don't have time really. SCMs and these stormwater containment measures, I'm very familiar with them. I'm in the major construction business. That's where that wording came from. We do not. My business does not like wet ponds. They're too libelous. They're a headache. They're a nightmare. That's the term I use. I don't doubt that will be better for a portion of that property. It will control runoff in certain areas, but that water has to go somewhere, and you're reducing the pervious surfaces, what God designed, and you're putting it in a pond. It's got to get to that thing. It's not going in the ground. It's got to get to the Abbott Creek watershed some way. That will increase. Homeowners Association. I had word this week from the Homeowners Association at a large development in the area, and a first-time visitor to a homeowners association met or went to the meeting and that they were having these SCMs turned over to him. He was appalled at the number of members that don't pay dues, not involved in it. Homeowners associations are weak. That's Reggie's opinion on that. Density. So we're talking about density, and I understand they're trying to optimize profits and all. I'm just saying a reduced density, in my opinion, and in these folks' opinion, the folks opposed to this, a reduced density would help alleviate some of the problems. They're not going to go away, but I think they would help. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I will close the public hearing. Is there discussion? Is there a motion? Are there questions of staff or actually anybody in the room?
I got a question, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Barrow,
Mr. Austin, I got a question for you.
if you can come back to the podium.
Yep, if you would, please.
And if you could limit your answer to answering Mr. Barrow's question, please.
You people are looking for a certain density up there, and I understand y'all are not totally opposed, but you're looking for a lower density. What are you looking for? What do you think would be appropriate?
You are correct. We're not totally opposed to it. We know progress is coming. I think that when I scaled that site and looked at it, I saw like 5 and 6 houses on an acre, and I know that we're looking in total 83 acres taken out. But I think most of my constituents here were thinking half-acre lots.
Right.
That was what some of the developments had, and would give kids a place to play ball in between their house.
Right. Thank you very much.
Ms. Garner, would half-acre lots translate into RS10? Is that what we'd be talking about?
And Mr. Apple, if you could move your microphone a little.
Yes, I'm sorry. Would the lots that Mr. Austin just addressed and that Mr. Barrow asked about, will half-acre lots, does that translate into RS10? Is that what we're talking about?
I'd have to crunch some numbers on that, but I don't know that we have an RS10 zoning district. I think it goes from RS9 to RS12 to then maybe 15 to 20, but I don't have those numbers for you at this time.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Apple, half-acre lots traditionally have been RS20, I believe.
Okay.
In the old zonings in Kernersville. Now, Ms. Garner said you have to crunch some numbers. It depends on how much of the total of the 83 acres that you develop, which will change course with stormwater runoff and impervious. But if you go on and could develop the whole thing, half-acre lots would translate into RS20, I believe is what it was.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps me. Madam Mayor, I have about 3 other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
If I can read my writing. First of all, just by way of disclaimer, I noticed on Mr. Austin's slide as to the individuals listed for whom responses were represented by his presentation. There were 2 familiar last names at the end of that list, Apple. And as far as I know, I'm not related to either one of them. I don't think you'll get them to admit whether I am or not in a public meeting, but I'm not related to those, just for the record. Secondly, the number, let me ask you if I could, Mr. Michaels, the numbers that I believe your engineer reflected on his presentation of about 2,000 trips per day. Did that take into account the development of houses that are under construction out in that area and the Caleb's Creek area now, or was that limited to 2017 numbers, for example?
I believe you might be referring to the DOT average annual daily trips. I believe, Ms. Garner, correct me if I'm wrong, those were 2019 figures as well as maybe an earlier period, 2015, that you had shown there that showed I believe it was 2,000 trips possibly up close to Highway 66, and it might have been something similar to that number closer to the fire station down on the other end.
I think there were 2017 numbers in 2019.
I believe there was the 2019, and I also did look at the 2020. There are a few 2020 numbers that are on the current website. They're actually lower, but I would attribute that to COVID, probably less traffic during that period.
Okay, makes sense. Okay. Let me be sure I'm understanding correctly. The principal entrance, the egress and ingress of the 216 homes in this proposed subdivision would be served currently exclusively by access to Watkins Farm Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Apple.
I got another question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Barrow.
What's up there? Did I hear you correctly when you were talking about putting in turn lanes and all in and out of your development? The DOT required that, correct?
Yes, that is a DOT requirement. It is a condition of the zoning and on the site plan. They do participate in that review process with the town, and that's their recommendation to us. That will be their requirement.
Right, but as far as getting on and off of Highway 66 out there, you don't have any control over that.
That was not something that they addressed.
Okay. But you've heard people's concern about that, haven't you?
I understand there's a lot of traffic at that intersection right now.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just have one question for you, Mr. Michaels. You've heard the concerns of your potential neighbors if you were developed in that area.
Yes, sir.
Looking at your site plan and your profit margins and whatnot, is there any leeway for any negotiations on any of those areas that they're concerned about?
I think there was a point that was made, and I think this was discussed during our virtual meeting about creating a berm along the Carvey Smith Road property, and I indicated at that time that we would be happy to take a look at that and create more of a visual buffer. I saw one comment about a road being stubbed to the east. I think the only place to do that would be to Carvey Smith Road. The town would have to comment, but I don't think they would want a public road tying into a private road where folks coming from this neighborhood would go through that private gravel road and have to go out to Watkins Ford Road, because those residents have to maintain that road themselves under whatever agreement they have. So we did not consider that as a consideration.
Thank you.
One quick question. How many lots are there in Brunswick? I'm just trying to get a concept in my mind of over 200 versus what Brunswick is total.
In Brunswick Crossing?
I guess about a half mile down Watkins Ford Road, Brunswick down the right.
Two different neighborhoods there. I know Brunswick Crossing is what is under development right now. That was a total of 86 lots, if I remember correctly. And the density figure was posted. It was over about 3.3 or 3.4, something like that. And I don't recall exactly how many were in the Brunswick at Caleb's Creek neighborhood. Tom, do you recall? I think it might maybe a few more, because that was a 3-phase development. So probably more than a similar number exiting out onto Watkins Ford Road at that one point.
Thank you.
Could you use your microphone, Mr. Penix?
And this is not a question, this is just an observation and a comment. and I think it needs to be made. Tonight, I've seen probably the two best presentations from both sides and the two most civil presentations from both sides I've seen since I've been on this board, and it really gives me hope for our land that people can come to a meeting with different opinions and be knowledgeable and intelligent and present their facts in a concise way, but not fuss and argue the whole time. And I think we've learned a lot from both of your presentations. Y'all did a great job. That's all I've got to say.
Madam Mayor, I want to echo what Alderman Penix just said. One of the lessons that's hard, I think, for young lawyers to learn, and I can say this, I sound preachy, but after you do it for 40 years, you kind of earn that privilege. But it's one of the hardest lessons for young lawyers to learn is that you can disagree without being disagreeable. And you folks have certainly painted a clear picture of that tendency tonight, and I congratulate you too. Mr. Michaels, I am inclined, I'm not doing so at this time, but I'm inclined to make a motion to deny this rezoning request. I'm not doing that at this time, but I would like to explain the two things that impressed me at the outset that caused me some concern, and I still have those two areas of concern. They've been echoed here tonight. One is the density, and the other is the stormwater runoff issue. It is my understanding that if we vote to deny it tonight, there would be a passage of a year of time before you could come back, with your rezoning request. I don't want to do that. I'd like to ask you if in view of what I've just said, would you be interested at all in considering the withdrawal of this request at this time? And my understanding is that would enable you to come back at any time. You don't have to wait a year or longer to do that. Is that something you'd have any interest in doing?
I'm not the only one that would be involved in making that decision or would be impacted by that decision. Sort of a unique case with the seller. We've been involved with this site for about a year with them as they are working through some personal issues. And I think it would put a huge burden on them to push this case for an extended period of time. Possibly a short continuation, possibly, but I don't know that a withdrawal. And I would have to refer possibly to Mr. Hall, who would I have some comments, but in fairness to the seller, respectfully, Alderman Apple, that would be a tough thing for me to do at this point with the seller and their position. And without getting into details on that, but yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be appropriate for this board to stand in recess for a few minutes to allow Mr. Michael to
Certainly.
consider this and confer with other parties?
I think due to the hour that 2 hours we've been here, be appropriate as well.
And we do typically take a break about this time. I would ask that that of the residents who presented very well, as Mr. Penix has said, that you not lobby us about the case during this time. It may be let's just leave the public hearing where it is and give them a time to work on this pretty big question that Mr. Apple has just proposed, okay? Is there anything else I should add to that, Mr. Powell?
Excuse me.
I was asking all the residents in attendance to not, talk to us about this case while we're in recess.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay. All right. Is everyone good with that? Okay. Well, it's a good time to stretch, step outside, see the sun, moonlight.
5 minutes, 10
All right. We'll stand in brief recess. Welcome back to the meeting of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen. We had taken a recess in consideration of item 1D. Mr. Apple?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Michaels, I wanted to give you a chance after you've had time to consult, if you wanted to address whether or not you might consider withdrawing the motion in lieu of having us vote on it tonight.
Alderman Apple, we did talk a little bit. We are not in a position, and I can elaborate a little bit as to why we feel like we could offer a withdrawal of this proposal. I hope I've done a thorough job of trying to explain the site particulars, Mr. Causey, with the runoff. The density fits within the Kernersville development plan now that was just approved. We're within that less than 3 units an acre threshold in an area that has already undergone some growth to the west of this site at similar densities. So it seems perfectly reasonable to me, and hopefully to the board, that what we're proposing is a reasonable, sensible use for this important piece of property that has been annexed into the town of Kernersville. I understand these folks here tonight live in the area, just outside the town limits of Kernersville, and they have concerns with their neighborhood, but we have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience. Been doing this for 35 years. Sites all over North Carolina. We understand the process. We understand the technicalities of how to get through the design of the ponds, and the roads, and the density may be a little bit higher than what some of these folks consider reasonable, but you're still going to have the same amount of street that has to be maintained by the town. You're still going to have the same amount of water and sewer line that has to be maintained. You're still going to have a significant amount of garbage pickup that has to be done in this location by the town. And hopefully there's some number in mind with the town of what density is reasonable to be able to afford to do that. And I don't know if 2 units an acre fits that criteria or not. I don't know. But I think we've put forth a reasonable proposal that is considerate of the neighbors with some buffering. If we want to put a berm up, we're happy to put a berm up. But I do think it's a considerate, well thought out, well discussed with staff proposal that's been brought before you tonight. The reason we can't accept or offer a withdrawal The Atkins family, and this is with their permission, they're at the tail end of a 3-year bankruptcy period on this property. They tried to farm it, make a go of it. I'm sure they did as good a job as anybody could with it, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out. I personally had to go before the bankruptcy judge about a month ago, maybe a little bit more, to request a continuation before they were going to close down the bankruptcy and go ahead and turn it over to the creditors. I asked for an extension with them to be able to get on this schedule, to be here before you tonight so that we could hopefully get this approved. And so that's why we're really not in a position to offer withdrawal, and the Atkins understand that. Again, I'm not sure what else to offer you in terms of the site itself, other than, you know, the reputation that Windsor Homes brings to the table, and hopefully your understanding of the transition of what's there now to what's on one side to what's on the other side. This is a very reasonable proposal, and that we will certainly work with staff, go through all the approvals, get all the permits. We understand that process very well. And at the end of the day, produce a neighborhood that everyone is proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to pose another thought to you. It's my understanding that as opposed to your agreeing to withdraw your proposal, as opposed to our voting up or down your rezoning request tonight, it's my understanding that if it is continued until a future meeting of the board, and that could be, I think we have 2, and I know we have 2 and possibly even 3 meetings in June, but we'd be looking at some time at a future meeting of the board, that if your proposal were modified to come back with anything less dense than the 7, that you would not have to start over with the planning board. You could resume from whence you were. Whereas if we vote it down, you've got that year wait. Even if you were to withdraw it, you would overcome the requirement that you wait a year, but you would still have to go back through the planning board. In view of that, would you be willing to consider moving that we continue the decision on the zoning request, your zoning request, until a future meeting of the board?
Well, that would certainly be at the pleasure of the board, and whatever you feel like is in your best interests. Any guidance you could offer, if that is the wish of the board, in terms of what it is you want me to work out with the neighbors, would certainly be welcome. We can't go very far. I mean, the Atkins are on a very limited time schedule at this point. And again, this would involve some discussions with staff, I'm sure, because as I mentioned before, as you go down in density, which seems to be the biggest concern to me, I know runoff and traffic is also a concern. You lose the ability to adequately maintain those common areas, those ponds, and we would not be so inclined to want to provide those sorts of measures if we drop the density below a certain level to do that. So, with consideration of what remains to be worked out, continuation to the next meeting, I guess, could be entertained.
Okay, thank you. And I think I would defer. I can't speak for my colleagues up here. They perfectly capable of doing that. But I would certainly defer to staff to work with you to try to get those details worked out. I have a lot of confidence in Ms. Garner and her ability, and we certainly would encourage her willingness to work that out with you on an expedited basis, if that's fair.
I share your confidence.
Thank you. So in view of all that,
And before
yes,
you,
ma'am.
Mr. Powell, did you have anything to add given the situation that we have learned about?
I believe that a court would be listening very well to a proposal to have a reasoned time to reason and make a decision that might be in best interest for everyone. And I can't imagine that the court would put them on such a schedule that said, well, if you don't do it by the end of the day today, you know, that was your time. I would think they would allow that. And I would think if give them time to reason together. It sounds like they have progress made on that already. And I think it'd be a good idea to kind of leave it open-ended until they had a time to work with the staff and each other and try to come to some kind of resolution that they can bring back to.
Could you and our clerk work together to help inform the bankruptcy court of the, could you and our town clerk work together to help inform the bankruptcy court of the inclination of this board to allow this to have a little more time to be worked on?
I think you can, you know, they can tell the bankruptcy court that the board has made this kind of decision and that it will be brought back up at a future meeting sometime within the next couple of months. So that we don't have an exact time because give them time to reason. And I think that would, the fact that that would be in the minutes that they could take to the court and show.
Okay, so we could help them have that.
Right.
So they would, he wouldn't just have to say it. We could give them some documentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think it'd be in the interest of everybody involved to the extent that we can, with propriety, help them with the court. I think that'd be wonderful. We could do that. In view of that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we continue action to approve or disapprove this rezoning request until a future meeting of the board.
Okay, I have a motion.
I'll second, but do we need a timeline? Do we need 2 meetings from now, or are you just going to leave it open?
I think just a future meeting.
Okay.
Given we have so many meetings scheduled for June, it would be entirely possible to 1 week or the other have it considered.
Sounds good. I'll second. Thank you.
Okay. I've got a motion by Mr. Apple, a second by Mr. Thompson. My comment there is not saying it would have to be in June, but that's just, I would anticipate, given we have so many meetings in June, that could be a distinct possibility.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I would think that we need to be a little clearer than that on our motion because we've got all these people here that have come to speak. We want to make sure everybody knows.
Okay, it'll be
the
noticed.
Notice of when these other people can
It would be
here.
noticed, and we could, we'll send it out on the pen list. So if you're not on the pen list, public email notification list, get on that and you'll have the notice of the upcoming meetings. You'll see the agenda, so you'll see exactly when it is. So if you'll just stay informed. The meetings that we have scheduled for June are already posted. The meeting we have scheduled further than that are already posted as to the dates, and so the agenda will come out before the meeting. So you would have definitely notice and stay in touch.
Madam Mayor, just for a point of clarification, because this has just been continued and the public hearing has already been held, it will be included on a future agenda when the board decides to hold that, to finish this case, but it will not be re-advertised as a public hearing, just as a point of clarification for everyone on the board.
So the pen list is the notification of an upcoming meeting, and it has a link to the agenda. And so I agree with Mr. Hooker that you'd see that it was on the agenda for an upcoming meeting if you review those agendas as they come out. Does that answer your concern, Mr. Barrow?
I suppose Mr. Austin, Is that fair enough to your end, your people? Good deal then.
Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
Thank you.
Okay, our next case, E and F, are related. One is the public hearing on the Kernersville Development Plan, and the next is the public hearing on the rezoning for the Dollarite property. I have Bryce Lane signed up to speak in favor for both E and F.
Madam Mayor, if we could just be at ease for a little while, let the
Sure.
audience clear.
All right, for people who may have come in since the beginning of this meeting, we do have speaker cards in the back. We do have several public hearings on the agenda. If you'd like to speak at a public hearing, I'd like you to fill out a speaker card. If you're speaking on the public session items, which is also permitted, also please fill out a speaker card. Speakers from the floor is limited to items not otherwise on the agenda, so anyone speaking relating to the real property exchange would be speaking under item 2B. Several of the cards have been filled out as in the alternative 2A or 2B. But again, if anyone has come in since the beginning of the meeting, has not filled out a speaker card and would desire to speak, if you could do so, and then you can give it to our town attorney, Mr. Powell, who's sitting right here. Okay, our next items are public hearings. We have a public hearing, item 1E, on the Kernersville Development Plan. Curtis Swisher, agent for the town of Kernersville, for consideration of an amendment to the Kernersville Development Plan to amend the land use plan from mixed use to industrial for properties at 900 West Mountain Street, containing a total of 14.31 plus or minus acres, and being all of the PIN numbers as indicated on the agenda. The zoning docket is KDP 59, and consideration of a resolution amending the Kernersville Development Plan. Separately, I will also call a public hearing, item F, which is a rezoning, zoning docket K799, but the two public hearings are related because they concern the same piece of property. I have Bryce Lane signed up to speak on items E and F in favor. I have Kenny Cruz signed up to speak on item F, the rezoning. Mr. Cruz, are you speaking in favor or in opposition? Okay. And I have Mr. Louder signed up to speak in favor of item 1F as well. Is there anyone else who has not gotten a speaker card to me who's interested in speaking on this agenda item? Okay. All right, we will have the two public hearings one at a time, and comments or items you'd like the board to consider for item E should be limited to the Kernersville Development Plan itself and not to the rezoning. Okay, I'll call the public hearing for item 1E. It's a public hearing on the Kernersville Development Plan. As I said, Curtis Swisher, agent for the town of Kernersville, for mixed use to industrial at 900 West Mountain Street, zoning docket KDP 59. We'll begin with a presentation by our Community Development Director, Catherine Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next case is KDP 59, a land use plan amendment for the parcels that are located on West Bodenhammer and West Mountain Street. So it's one large parcel that does have frontage on both West Mountain Street and West Bodenhammer. The request for the land use plan is to amend the land use plan from mixed use to industrial for this parcel. The site was designated as mixed use to support redevelopment of the site. It was established to accommodate a variety of uses, which may range from residential, commercial, office, and industrial uses, and has also been established to promote the redevelopment of the downtown and the Bodenhammer Street area. So its goal was to provide transitional areas that may have a mixture of uses that promote redevelopment in certain pockets. The purpose of the land use plan amendment is to address this site, which is transitioning into a mixed use yet lower intensity industrial development. It is currently bordered by land that is designated as industrial, and the definition in our land use plan for industrial is areas that have been established to provide areas for manufacturing, distribution, office, and business service provider uses. The areas also provide locations for businesses and office parks. The majority of the industrial boundaries follow roads and streams to assist in buffering industrial uses from adjacent properties. The site does also have a railroad corridor at the north to also aid in buffering. Planning board and staff both recommend approval of the land use plan amendment contingent upon the approval of the associated rezoning case, case 799, to designate this property from mixed use to industrial. It was heard at the April planning board meeting with a unanimous vote of those present. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, are there any questions of Ms. Garner at this time? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. I'd like to recognize Bryce Lane. Okay. Oh, that's true. All right. Okay, is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone here to, Kenny, did you want to speak to the development plan? Okay, we'll wait and do that in a moment then. All right, so we're talking about zoning docket KDP 59. It would be an amendment to the land use plan for the Kernersville development plan to amend the land use plan for mixed use to industrial. So that's the only thing we're considering right now with this public hearing. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak in favor of that? Seeing none, is there anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to that? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed.
I have no questions. I'll motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Alderman Thompson.
Second.
I have a second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, now we are on to what everyone wants to talk about, which is item F, which is the public hearing rezoning. Jean Louder, agent for a Lewis R. Dollarhite Revocable Trust owner, requesting a single-phase conditional use rezoning from GI to GIC, which is general industrial conditional use, and overlay district amendments to remove the neighborhood scale commercial overlay district for properties located at 900 West Mountain Street containing a total of 14.31 plus or minus acres, and being all of the pins as indicated on the agenda. Zoning docket K799, and a list of requested uses is also included on the agenda. We'll begin with the presentation by Ms. Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The rezoning case tonight has a lot of moving parts. So I will try to go through it very slowly, but feel free to stop me if you have questions at any time. The current zoning is general industrial, and the requested zoning is also general industrial with a conditional use overlay. That conditional use overlay governs how the site is developed. The site currently has 3 overlay districts: the neighborhood scale commercial overlay, which covers both this parcel and the parcel that you see in blue at the corner of Bodenhammer and West Mountain Street. So it covers this whole site. The neighborhood scale commercial overlay district restricts uses to only permitted uses, whereas our highway corridor overlay and the industrial corridor overlay restrict uses in that they have uses that are prohibited. And I spoke to our former community development director, Jeff Hatling, to make sure I understood his logic in this. And he said, yes, his logic was so that basically it was difficult to develop, so we got something intentionally done. So the request is to go general industrial conditional use and remove that neighborhood scale commercial overlay and retain the two overlays, the highway corridor overlay, which applies to the parcel portion facing Bodenhammer Street, and then the industrial corridor overlay, which is applicable to the parcels that will face West Mountain Street. So the applicant has proposed specific uses per parcel as follows. Parcels 1 and 2, which are accessed off of a proposed private drive off of West Mountain Street, would have the following uses as the applicant has proposed. And then parcel 3, which will be accessed off of Bodenhammer Street, would have the following uses as proposed. Staff has recommended some changes to this, and we'll go through that, but these were the applicant's proposed uses in the application. The total acreage is just over 14 acres at 14.31, and they are proposing a subdivision into 4 parcels. 1, 2, and 3 would have buildings on it, and 4 would be a stormwater control measure parcel. It is shown right here. So it's a small parcel just for that stormwater device. So as I've discussed, the neighborhood scale commercial overlay district is our most restrictive. It only permits specified uses. The highway corridor and industrial corridor overlay districts both have architectural standards. The highway corridor prohibits uses with outdoor storage, and the industrial corridor prohibits certain heavy industrial uses. And other like commercial uses, but we've reviewed the proposed uses in light of those that are permitted and prohibited in both the highway corridor and industrial corridor. So the highway corridor would only apply to the parcel that fronts onto Bodenhammer, and the industrial corridor would only apply to those parcels accessed off the private drive off of West Mountain. So this is a visual representation that the green covers the neighborhood scale commercial overlay. Blue is the highway corridor, and then the salmon color is the industrial corridor overlay. Staff has reviewed the proposed uses and makes a recommendation on the following. So for time, I will not read all of the uses that we are recommending for parcels 1 and 2, but out of the applicant's list, we are recommending removal of arts and crafts studio, banking and financial services, storage services, retail, private off-site access easement, and utilities. The utilities definition includes like the utility generation site. It does not include offices, so offices would be permitted, but the utilities definition is more towards the actual utility generation, so we didn't feel it was appropriate. For parcel 3, we recommend the uses in the first bullet. We have added personal services to the list as a recommended use, and then we have removed a recommended removal of wholesale trade B, business services B, storage services, retail, testing and research laboratory, warehousing, government offices, police and fire station, postal processing center, manufacturing B, private offsite access easement, and the utilities. A part of our reasoning for this was that this parcel is the one that will front onto the park, and so we wanted these uses to be more of the commercial type uses, with the heavier commercial, more lighter industrial uses on those 2 parcels that are off of West Mountain Street and not directly onto the town's park. These are some elevation renderings that have been submitted by our applicant. He has provided these just as examples of what an elevation may look like for these 2 parcels. Parcel 1 and 2 are the ones that are in the industrial corridor, and then parcel 3, which has more ornamentation and architectural interest, is in the highway corridor overlay. Highway corridor does have more architectural standards than the industrial corridor. These are meant as representative only, and we would be verifying that he's conforming with the overlay standards and the recommended conditions at the time of building permit submittal. The current land use plan is mixed use, and it was just changed to industrial, so that is now in compliance. And then this also shows that in relation to the other areas. So industrial does surround it on the opposite side of the railroad tracks. And then there is a mix of different types of government uses and several different residential designations. Planning board and staff are both recommending to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and rezone the property in this case from general industrial to general industrial conditional with the removal of the neighborhood scale commercial overlay. The said rezoning being consistent with our comprehensive plan, as you've just voted, and it also being reasonable and in the public interest because that rezoning allows the specific site plan to ameliorate impacts to adjoining properties and mitigating traffic impacts. Petitioner's plan promotes economic development by providing flexible space for multiple tenants, and the site is located at the edge of an industrial corridor with an existing commercial business immediately adjacent. Planning board and staff also recommend approval of the site plan and the conditions as presented in the planning board report. And this vote was also unanimous of members present at the April planning board meeting.
Okay, are there any questions of Ms. Garner at this time? All right, this is public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Mr. Louder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. And Mr. Penix, I promise I'm not going to fight or argue this evening. I'm going to be civil.
I am not 100% everyone can hear you well, so it may be that you need to move the microphone higher.
Yes. How about this? Is that better?
Yes.
Thanks for having me. I'll be as brief as possible out of respect for time. So, Catherine, could you go to the industrial, the highlighted red industrial? It was in that PowerPoint I'd sent for back at the planning board.
So I have your photos and then I have the plans that your engineer has done.
Try that, see what that does. So this is a good indication of the surrounding industrial area. The piece in question tonight that I'm in front of you with is the 14 acres at the lower side right behind the gas station. So what you have here is an overview of the industrial area that's bordering this piece of property. You have heavy manufacturing across the railroad track, and then on the other side of the entrance to the Diritachi plant, you have a large piece that Diritachi also owns. So this piece laying in that industrial corridor, I found it suited best not to use the neighborhood overlay, but to come in with the conditional use industrial. So if we could go to the next picture, please. There's several buildings, large manufacturing facilities. The one largest facility here with Diritachi is 600,000 square feet. And that represents exactly what the footprint is of this 14 acres that I have before you tonight, because it's exactly, again, 600,000 square feet. So to put things in perspective, could you go to the site plan, please? So a lot of effort and thought has been put into this site plan. And some things I really want to point out too is the orientation of the buildings. With the intention of putting any service trucks or the docks, we wanted that on the back of the building as close as we could to the railroad tracks. We wanted the front of the parcel 1 to locate along West Mountain. We turned building 2 90 degrees in an effort to hide the docks and any service area behind the gas station and behind the parcel 3 building. So when you look at this and you say we have this heavy industrial all around this site, what is the best transition we could do to move from across the railroad tracks down into the nice neighborhoods south of West Mountain Street. So we thought, the thought is that we would utilize a business park environment and not a industrial park environment. So what we have here are 3 individual buildings that with very nice brick facades, very nice storefront with parapet walls hiding air conditioning units. We thought you would transition well from the north to the south of West Mountain, and then from the piece to the entrance of Diritachi, we would transition to the park. So industrial corridor overlay on those first 2 buildings, and then the highway overlay right here across from 4th of July Park. This building is going to look very nice. It's going to have a little more zizz to it than the other 2. So when we look at this, the site plan indicates a larger buffer than the neighborhood overlay required. The buffer's wider, it's more heavily planted. We have the Parkside Drive, which is 36 feet wide with a 100-foot turning radius in the cul-de-sac. We have interconnectivity between the 3 parcels. We have curb cuts. So if someone in parcel 1 wanted to move over to the sandwich shop across from the park, they could drive and not have to get back out on West Mountain or on Bodenheimer Street. So a lot of thought as to how we could use the site, keep the business owners on the property, and minimize the traffic onto the roads. We've also, as required and willing to do, we've also added a lot of sidewalks on the public roads. So the intention here is to have a very nice looking facility that transitions from the heavy user down to your neighborhoods and over to your park. Currently, the property up until recently was in the neighborhood overlay, and the neighborhood overlay allowed much more intense uses, much more traffic related facilities. It could be medical parks, it could be doctor's offices, it could be Walmart grocery store, retail center, Dollar General. Well, 1, I didn't think that fit the neighborhood, and 2, that would bring much more traffic to the area than what I proposed this evening. Catherine, could you have those conceptual plans from Jimmy Norwood? The elevations I'm going to show you are indications of what we want to build. No, that's not the one. It's that's the ones we initially. He has a 3D concept.
I don't think I have this.
Okay. So to wind down and to make this brief, a couple things. The intention is to have a business park and not an industrial park. I think it makes a great soft transition from the heavy use manufacturing facility to the neighborhood south and to the park to the east. With the influx of people coming to this area, this is going to be a great area, a great park for people to own and operate their businesses. You know, the intention would be these are multi-tenant buildings. If you owned and operated a business in 15,000 square feet and your business expanded, there's a good chance you could move down to the next building for expansion and not have to leave the park. I hope you find this proposal acceptable. I thank you for your time and I ask for your approval.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz? You have about 6 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Board. I'm Kenny Cruz at 513 North Main. I'm very familiar with this property. Mr. Dallahite was a real good friend of mine. Every time I go by the property, I can't help but look to see if he's there. He had made the paper several times, he and all of his friends that plowed with their horses and all the horse drawn, and he always got a good page in the Kernersville News. He was a real generous man. He grew a lot of vegetables, tobacco. He was very charitable with everybody. Ricky and Travis, his sons, I remember seeing them little rascals come up the road from the time they was 7 years old on the farm tractors, great big tractors going from one field to the other to plow. And when I go by this property, it just breaks my heart to see it vacant and down and nobody there. And this property had been on the market, and the reason it hadn't sold was the zoning. But this is a good plan. It's something we need in Kernersville, and this is the way we need to go with it, I think. And the good thing about having the restaurant and all across from the park, he's talking about making a nice one. And as I realized in where I live, when Food Line first came there and they came in with the big shop where it was tobacco field, and we used to run and play. And we sort of worried about it to start with, but it turned out to be great. They're only there during business hours, and then they're gone. So we've got the whole property to use as we need to. And I think that the way they've designed this and walking from the park, that it would be great there. I know the gentleman's not going to want to say, yeah, you can use it all for parking. But when they're closed and there's nobody there, who's going to stop you? So that is a great opportunity for you to be able to do it. And I want to commend the board and all for not moving the fireworks. And now that they've did this, that many more people can park in this area because it's business and they're not going to be there at night when we're shooting fireworks and be able to see them. And I think it'll be wonderful. And I ask you, board, to consider this man's proposal and to try to work with the Dallahite family, and let's see if we can't get this constructed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Cruz. All right, Mr. Lane.
I'm Bryce Lane, 727 West Mountain Street. I believe you all know where that is. You've all had your campaign signs in my yard. I appreciate Mr. Penix, Barrow, and Thompson for asking permission first. But, I'd love to see this stay as farmland. I grew up there. My grandparents built that house before that was even in the city limits. But I'd much rather it be this than Deer Hitachi or Dollar General or CVS, something like that going in there. I do have concerns about increased traffic there. I see a lot of accidents at the intersection there at Mountain and Bodenheimer. Just a couple months ago, there was a car flipped over, got T-boned there. I mean, I see it a lot. So I do have concern about that, but I also don't want to have a stoplight or roundabout 20 feet from my driveway. So I don't know what the future planning is for that, but that is a concern at that intersection. So other than that, I do support this. Like I said, I'd rather have that than Deer Hitachi and an eyesore and more noise there. So sorry, I'm not as colorful as Kenny.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone here in opposition? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to bring to the board's attention, Mr. Hooker just informed me, the adjoining property letter that was mailed out to the property owners On the back of that letter, it contained a map, and that map was not correct. It's not the correct map of the site. The front of the letter has a correct address on it, the correct description. The legal ad was correct, and the legal description in the property letter itself was correct. It just had the wrong map on the back. Not required by a state statute to even show a map. We do, but not required to. Talk to the attorney. He says everything's fine. I just wanted the board to be aware of that in case the question came up.
Is there?
And the letter does not refer to the map on the back of the letter, so.
Correct.
No reason to think the two are related.
Who were the other adjoining property owners, since you have that right there in front of you?
It doesn't say who the adjoining property owners are. We just mail them out. Mr. Hooker may have a list, but it doesn't have all of the owners on the letter.
The letters went out to Louis Dollarhite, Dear Hitachi, WRM Homeowners Association, Bodenheimer Street Properties LLC, DXH Folk Family, Margot Ambrose, and Sean Hill.
Have we heard from any of those folks, Ms. Garner?
We've heard from Deere Hitachi, or John Deere. They called as soon as they were hearing that the property was potentially under contract, and they've received all of the information, and then the planning board staff report and the rest. And Mr. Lane came to the planning board meeting, but other than that, we've had no other interested inquiries, other than just mild interest at seeing the signs as they pass by down Bodenhammer or West Mountain. We've had signs out on both street frontages.
Okay. Thank you for informing the board of this. And this doesn't affect the board's ability to vote on this tonight?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, we've had a public hearing. We closed the public hearing. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion?
I have a question.
Okay.
I talked to Mr. Louder. Thank you very much. He's a very nice feller. You're good. I was wondering, are there sidewalks around this property?
They would be required to construct sidewalks on West Mountain Street, the full frontage of their parcel, and then also on Bodenhammer. So there'd be sidewalks on Mountain and Bodenhammer's once
Deal.
constructed.
I like sidewalks. Thank you very much. That's the only question I had. I couldn't tell from the picture.
When we blow the map up to that detail, it's a little fuzzy sometimes.
That's one other thing. If the technical people that are doing this would do a higher resolution, because when you blow it up, it just gets blurry on the computer.
I've noticed that too. Mine is, I was looking to see where the sidewalks were until he mentioned it. So that's a very good clarifying question. There are a lot of people who would be walking to those services and maybe to the jobs at those locations.
I guess it's that much closer to the YMCA.
Yes. Yes. Long-term goal of the town is to have more sidewalk connectivity throughout town. Okay. You had a question. We've answered it. Any other questions? Or is there a motion?
I'd like a motion to be approved.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
I'm making it now.
Okay.
I move approval.
All right. With all the, as presented, with all the conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that adequate? I'm asking Mr. Powell.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the question.
Is that an adequate motion to cover everything Catherine explained?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I will second it.
I've got a motion by Mr. Pennick, second by Mr. Gorham. All those in favor? All those in favor, raise your right hand and keep it up for just a moment. It's unanimous. Okay. When do you expect to start work on this?
2035. We're going to continue the construction documents, and if things go well and the economy stays up, we'll start something in there next year.
Okay, thank you.
23.
Thank you.
Good luck, Mr. Louder.
I appreciate everybody sharing your comments, Mr. Lane and Mr. Cruz. All right, we are to item G. It's a public hearing on a rezoning. Vince Townsend, agent for Shinville Ridge Partners LLC owner, requests a single-phase conditional use rezoning from HBS to HBC. The property located at the northern terminus of Hampton Plaza Drive, being a portion of the PIN as indicated on the agenda, containing a total of 1.9 plus or minus acres. Zoning docket K 547A5. And I have signed up to speak Mr. Adam Smith. In favor, Ray Thomas in opposition, Mr. John Buxbaum, excuse me for the pronunciation, in opposition, and Mark and Sandra Barber in opposition. Okay. All right, is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this? If so, if you could fill out a speaker card. Okay.
Mayor, I just wanted to know I had made a motion to continue, and the discussion was that if that motion was to be considered, it would be considered at the time of the public hearing, which is now. So
okay.
Before we start, I make that motion. I've done so in writing.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
And if you want to hear one of the things I think that we do have a right to
if you could come to the microphone, though.
Oh, excuse me. Raymond D. Thomas, 116 South Cherry Street, Kernersville, North Carolina. This was made on behalf of Breeze Mobile Home Park, and they are an adjoining landowner. And we feel that if we have this time to, if this was continued, we can meet with the petitioner, go over some things. It is noted that the people, some 150 people that live in the mobile home park, they've had no opportunity, they've never been approached or anything. So we felt like if we could do it this way, it may save a lot of time and effort.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Is there any discussion of this?
Madam Mayor, would it be appropriate to allow Mr. Smith an opportunity to respond to the continuance
That would be
motion?
fine, Mr. Smith. Yes, but limit it to that. Okay.
As the petitioner, I do not want to push this off any further. I want to vote on it tonight, if y'all will agree to that. I have funding placed. Fed's interest rates are going up. I've went through what I've went through this whole process. I've done everything the town has asked me to do and more. And I'm 100% against extending it to a further date. I would like to vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Madam Mayor, as much as I would like to extend to Mr. Thomas and his client the courtesy of continuing it, it's my understanding that this may present a little bit of a unique situation to us. I wonder if we could hear from Mr. Powell as to what we asked a question last time, what are our options?
where do we stand legally in terms of being able to continue this for a subsequent meeting?
I think you've heard from the applicant and the opposition, and you just make a decision as to whether or not you want to continue. Excuse me. I might add that the Federal Reserve has indicated that interest rates are going up rapidly over the next many months.
Madam Mayor, I don't think the board has to make a motion to continue or a motion not to continue. I think the lack of a motion is indication enough that you're moving forward with the public hearing tonight.
Okay, are there any motions that we should consider or the board would like to consider before we move on with the presentation by Ms. Garner? All right, seeing none, Ms. Garner, if you could proceed.
Tonight's case is case K547.A5. A5 is the Fifth Amendment to the Stafford Center rezoning. So K547 is essentially the parent rezoning. The proposed zoning amendment is from Highway Business Special Use District to Highway Business Conditional Use District for the proposed uses of motor vehicle repair and maintenance, motor vehicle body or paint shop, and motor vehicle storage yard as an accessory use only. The site under consideration is just shy of 2 acres at 1.90 acres. It is a portion of a parcel that's 7.2 acres in total. The original rezoning for the Stafford Center development set approved uses for each section. There's 2 sections divided by Hampton Plaza Drive. The section to the east is zoned Highway Business Special Use, and it has its own set of uses. And the section to the west is zoned Light and Limited Industrial, and it has its own set of approved uses. So the applicant is proposing to subdivide and develop a portion of a parcel that's currently zoned Highway Business Special Use. That, of course, is now known as Highway Business Conditional Use, according to the state statute changes. They're requesting specific uses for the portion only to be subdivided. So this would only apply to this parcel to add the uses of motor vehicle repair and maintenance, motor vehicle body or paint shop, and motor vehicle storage yard. The current zoning is Highway Business Special Use, as is most of the zoning along Stafford Center, Abbott's Trace, and Hampton Plaza Drive on the east side. And the requested zoning is in keeping with that, just adding the new uses. Adjacent zoning districts range considerably. There's Highway Business, Limited Industrial Special Use on the west side of Hampton Plaza and Stafford Center, General Industrial, Manufactured Housing Development, and RS12 Residential Single Family. The Kernersville Development Plan indicates this site is designated as industrial. Stafford Center features a mix of uses, commercial along North Carolina 66 and industrial and other business support users along Hampton Plaza Drive. The area surrounding Stafford Center is also designated as industrial. It's shown in the gray on the map. The red area is commercial, and then blue across 66 is related to office uses supporting the hospital. The proposed site improvements include a new 15,000 square foot building. That is the mix of 1,000 square foot for office space and then 14,000 square foot for the garage portion. They are providing 23 spaces in the front of the building for parking, 7 spaces in the rear of the building, and 11,000 square feet for motor vehicle storage yard in the rear. That area is shown here in the hatch site. It is difficult to see. I do apologize. That 11,000 square feet is capped by the Highway Business Zoning regulations, so it could not expand beyond that. And furthermore, to provide fire access to all sides of the building is required by the fire code. Most of that back area, especially close to the building, needs to remain open in order to provide fire apparatus access in case of an emergency. Landscaping required is a 10-foot street yard along Hampton Plaza Drive, and then the 15-foot type 4 buffer yard against residential properties. Our buffer yard standards are set such that there's type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Type 4 is the most intense buffer yard. A 15-foot type 4 buffer yard requires the most plantings. If you increase the buffer yard width, the planting requirements go down. So this is the ideal in terms of providing the maximum number of plants, both in terms of just requirements for the 15-foot, but also for the type 4. The developer will also be extending Hampton Plaza Drive to town standards. It stops just short of the property line currently. It will need to be expanded to provide the driveway access as shown. And this has been discussed with the applicant and his engineers. Elevations were not submitted as part of the rezoning, and STO staff is recommending a condition that the building architectural standards follow those that were approved with the original Stafford Center rezoning. That's condition number 19 from that original zoning, that is volunteered by the petitioner. The architectural standards shall be as follows. Areas A, B, and C, this is in area C. Building materials within this district will include the use of brick and or stucco and potential accent materials of split face textured block and or stone. Roofing materials for sloped roofs may be fiberglass shingles, pre-finished standing seam aluminum or steel, slate, or wood shingles. All office uses shall have a pitched roof or a flat roof with a parapet wall. These standards would be verified at the time of building permit submittal if were approved. Staff has recommended 2 additional conditions that were also approved and supported by the planning board. To mitigate impacts to adjacent residential properties, staff is recommending the following 2 conditions: that the 15-foot type 4 buffer yard shall be required along the northern and eastern property lines, as well as a portion of the southern property line abutting the specific PIN number referenced. This is a residential property currently. The buffer yard shall include a 6-foot opaque wall constructed of permanent materials such as wood, brick, block, or combination thereof. The fence may not be metal, trying to prevent the chain link fence with the vinyl slats that go through that then deteriorate and don't provide a continuous fence. The plantings shall be placed on the exterior side of the fence so that those adjacent neighbors are looking at plantings rather than fencing. We also recommend a condition that all exterior lighting shall be downward directed in either full cutoff or semi-cutoff fixtures to prevent light spillage onto adjacent properties. Freestanding light poles may not exceed 18 feet at the top of the fixture. That's in consistency with pedestrian scale light fixtures, so it's not the large, like big box parking lot lighting. The applicant has submitted a color landscaping plan showing that type 4 buffer yard and the requirements as shown. I believe they've extended some area to the eastern portion that would provide additional landscaping and buffering to adjacent property owners. Planning board and staff's recommendation are to amend the Unified Development Ordinance of the town by rezoning this property, in this case, from highway business special use to highway business conditional use, finding that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and both reasonable and in the public interest because the conditional district rezoning allows the specific site plan to be considered to ameliorate impacts to adjoining properties. And the petitioner's plan will promote economic development by allowing an existing business to expand operations and provide a high-quality development within an existing industrial and commercial subdivision. Planning board and staff also support the site plan and conditions as presented in the staff report. This was heard at the April planning board meeting, and the vote is as follows. There were 6 for and 3 against and 1 member absent.
Thank you, Ms. Garner. Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and Alderman. Thank you, Catherine, for all your hard work during this. My name's Adam Smith. If you don't know me, I'm the owner of Pure Diesel. I'm the one proposing the rezoning of Lot 5 in Hampton Plaza Business Park. I'm asking for automotive repair and outdoor storage. Outdoor storage has been approved in the past in this park with Stay Alert Safety Services and Piedmont Paving. I've been in business in Kernersville for 10 years. Before that, I worked at Park Chevrolet for 9 years. So I don't live in Kernersville. I live in Winston-Salem, but I've been working here and providing stuff to this community for a long time, and I'd like to keep it that way. I tried at the end of 2021 to stay where I'm at now. I wanted to purchase the corner I'm at now. I like my location now. I couldn't come to that agreement, and it's time for me to own something. It's time for me to quit renting. I want to own, build. I want to be part of this town. With all that being said, all the properties that I looked at in Kernersville, I just couldn't find them to work for me. I looked at 4 other municipalities. All those, I found some that could work, but I didn't want to build up my clientele, not so much my clientele, but the people I buy from, my networking that I use in Kernersville. I didn't want to have to build all that up again, and I didn't want to give it up. I spent a long time putting it together. I spoke to everyone inside the industrial park, either through Lynn Smith, which is the head of the HOA, or directly to them personally. To my knowledge, I've told them what I was doing. I've sent them all site plans. They're all I've had no objections. However, I've seen the concerns of the residential properties next door. Catherine, if you could put up the pictures I sent you. Just want to kind of explain some stuff. One thing I want to say is that I don't want people to think that I'm building a Triad Freightliner or Volvo trucks. I work on diesel pickup trucks. We do work on the occasional what would be a straight truck, like a UniFirst delivery truck or something like that. If you scroll through them, Catherine, you'll see a few of what I'm talking about. But there'll be pictures in my shop. That's out in front of my shop. Those are the straight trucks I'm talking about. That's about 10% of my work. 90% of it is just the average landscaper's pickup truck or whatever they would use it for. So that's what I do. I want it. That's just a picture of a decibel meter that I'm about to show you, where I did a sound study on my own in my shop yesterday, because I just felt like a lot of the stuff people were worried about noise. And do you have the actual writings, Catherine, right there?
I don't have those in your PowerPoint.
Okay, that's fine. But basically what I did yesterday, starting at 8 a.m. till 4:30, is I took 9 different samples and I averaged them out. I'm sure y'all know decibel readings. The average noise inside my shop was 64.3. That was inside the shop. When I stepped outside of my shop 20 or 30 feet, the road traffic on 66, the decibel meter was outside above what it was inside my shop. There was different times I noted whether trucks were running or whether tools were running and stuff like that, just so you can have an understanding that the noise level that you think when you hear automotive repair or diesel repair, it's not what you think. In the heavy duty industry, when you have Class 8 trucks, it's a big difference. But nobody that works for me has CDLs. We don't do anything commercial driver's license. Everything's 26,000 pounds and below. Other than that, I'm just trying to help you understand that. And my hours, I don't know any hours that could be more accommodating. We work 7:30 to 5:30 Monday through Thursday. We work 7:30 to 12:30 on Friday. Before my hours were that, they were just 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. Does somebody go to my shop on a Saturday and do something, or go in there to get a tool or something? Absolutely. We go in there and do what we need to do. But as a general rule of thumb, for 10 years, we work 45, 50 hours a week, and that's it. I'm not up there at night, where I'm not ever intending to do a second shift. I told myself when I opened this business, if I couldn't do it in 40 or 50 hours, then I need to work for somebody else, because I'm not going to work 100 hours a week. So, and honestly, I could make more money working for somebody else sometimes with the amount of rent I'm paying. So it's time for me to own my own property. I hope that y'all think this is a decent location, because I've looked at a lot of them, and I believe it is. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else here to speak in favor?
Raymond D. Thomas, 116C.
Mr. Thomas, hold on just a moment. Are you speaking in opposition or in favor?
Oh, I thought you had called for opposition.
Not yet.
I'm sorry.
I'm about to.
Please excuse me.
No problem. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? All right, seeing none, Mr. Thomas? And you have 7 minutes.
All right. Raymond D. Thomas, 116C South Cherry Street, Kernersville. First of all, I'm going to address the zoning. The second part, the site plan. The zoning on this was in 1990. I happened to be the attorney involved. If you have a picture, Catherine, of the Hampton Plaza Drive, or you can see that. When that was passed, the property on would be the east side of Hampton Drive was, when you start looking at the uses, was primarily highway business. The reason they're here is because it was specifically taken out for the uses they're asking. If you drive down into Stafford Center, you'll see that's what is there. At one end is a Hampton Inn. That's in the general area of highway business. Those on the east side, on the west side, were to be industrial. It's industrial light. And so we think you need to take into consideration what a previous board said about the uses and deny it in part of that. Now, Breezewood Mobile Home Park, they have 55 spaces. They've been there, the best I can determine, since the 1960s. Those are rental spaces. No mobile homes are provided. The people that live there own their own mobile homes or have some other arrangement. But the mobile home park itself only rents. So you're talking about somebody's house. This is their residence. They just happen to be renting the space. And they've been there, most of them, a long time. So I think that needs to be considered in this particular matter. It's estimated there's about 158 occupants there, families and children and so forth. So as far as the zoning is concerned, we think it needs to remain the same. As to the site plan, Mr. Smith has indicated that they don't work but certain hours. I think that needs to be a part of the conditions. I think he said 4 days a week, it's 7:30 to 5:30, and then Saturday or Friday, it's 7:30 to 12:30. That ought to be a part of the condition. Also, he's indicated he does not work. One of the problems is he does not work on the big transfer trucks that have diesels. That's where some of this problem exists. People don't understand that. He's saying he works on pickup trucks. Well, that's a completely different story. I think that needs to be a condition on this zoning. What is it that he does? Not just auto repair. It's sort of just auto repair, but the words. And I think what a lot of people were concerned about were diesels, big transfer trucks. So I think that needs to be in the conditions. Also, there is conditions for lighting, but also I think there needs to be a condition about signs. Maybe one, unlighted, at that particular point. One of the things that he had presented to me earlier, and I think he's presented it to the staff, he has a plan for landscaping, and on it, there is an 8-foot fence. I don't know what the conditions seem to say. The only thing you had to do was put in 6, but he had put in an 8-foot fence around his site, plus whatever number of plants and trees. And that should be a part of the site conditions. One of the things that we thought about that might have helped us in this thing, and one of the reasons we wanted a continuance to sit down and talk about it, the entrance is up almost at the end of the Hampton Drive. In fact, you're requiring him to go a little bit further. We think that he ought to move that entrance south. It gets further away from the residence of these people in the mobile home park. Had some question about the storage yard. Allowed 11,000 square feet. Well, maybe to help us in protecting the mobile home park neighborhood and those residents, that could be reduced. It may not need as much of that. It's allowed, but maybe that would be less, so that there might be some movement of the building.
Mr. Thomas, your
Yes.
time is up.
Sir,
Your time is up. Your 7 minutes is up.
I thought I had 10.
May, do you need any of your time? You have 6 more minutes. Mr. Bucksbaum just gave you his time.
So, and also, take consideration into the site plan. And at that point, I think that perhaps that might satisfy our folks, but they've lived there, it's been available, and just because it's a mobile home park, it's still their home, still their residence. And if you've been out there and been to both sides, both the mobile home park and this site, you will see that there's going to need some protection, because I mean they're right at each other now, and there's not much buffer, natural buffer between this site and the other. And one of the other problems is this site is much lower than the mobile home park. So it seems like that things as far as the site plan need to be taken into consideration, and also to consider the fact that previously this was not allowed. It was done on purpose. So I think you need to think long and hard. It may be industrial. You may say it's part of the plan, but that's not the way it's necessarily developed. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Bucksbaum, you may have the rest of your time if you'd like it. Okay. All right. This is Mark and Sandra Barber.
My name is Mark Barber. We live at 1345 Haynes Street. His storage area is going to be buttoned right up next to the rear end of our property. In fact, 150 feet away from my air conditioner. I called the federal, state, and local EPA. Y'all got a packet of just a small portion of the short-term and long-term health effects. This job that he does is very toxic. In fact, the EPA told me that he talks about small engine repair. That's about the worst you can get. The man told me that the riding lawnmowers that we're using for our homes are as toxic as these diesel engines. But he asked me, he said, are they trying to change this or add this from a office park to industrial? And I said, I think they're trying to add it in. I said, it's not set up for industrial. It's an office park for the time being, and my wife and I had no problem with that. We've got a motel in the process building in front of my neighbor's house. He said, read this letter to them and tell them and warn them that if you make that change, if they make that change and go from office park to industrial, and any of these residents and the homeowners end up getting sick, and these are some of the sicknesses that you have in your packet. But he said, read this to them and let them know that it can go all the way back to them. And I'm going to read that out loud to you so that it'll be recorded. Why the EPA regulates diesel fuel. The amount of sulfur in diesel fuel is directly linked to the amount of pollution produced when the fuel is burned in an engine. Higher levels of sulfur increase pollutants. When diesel fuel is burned in engines, the emissions that result contributes to air pollution that has serious human health and environmental effects. Pollution from diesel exhaust includes soot or particulate matter, oxides and nitrogen, which contributes to the production of ground level ozone, smog, and acid rain, hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide, and other hazardous air pollutants, and air toxics. The air pollution can cause heart and lung disease and a range of other health effects, including bladder cancer, kidney disease. It can also damage plants, animals, crops, and water resources. That's just a small one-page part of the EPA findings. This nation as a whole is trying to go green. It has to start somewhere. Doesn't need to be put into a residential with 150 plus people where they have to breathe in the air that will come through their air conditioned units. Every one of us in this room have followed behind a diesel truck of some sort through your air conditioner in your car and brought it in your car. Those particulates stuck to your lungs and they're there forever. That's according to EPA.
And we're raising a 2-year-old, and today we got she turned 3-month-old great-granddaughter.
They said it affects the young children the worst, as well as the elderly with any health conditions. I have a loss of autoimmune system, so breathing this kind of stuff won't help me any either. I'd like to read a quote off of the internet that I got from the town. It's a quote. It's not something I made up. The mission of the Board of Aldermen is to continue improving the quality of life for each citizen through proper planning and growth. by providing excellent services and protection at an affordable cost. So voting for this is not providing quality of life for each citizen, but putting our health in danger. You as aldermen should be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Barber. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Do you need a few more minutes? Or are you good?
Madam Mayor and the rest of the Alderman Board, if I'm saying it correctly, I'm John Bucksbaum. I'm from Raleigh, 733 West Johnson Street. I wasn't prepared to speak this evening. In fact, I was advised to try to find somebody here in town who understood how this town works and how this community works, but I appreciate the opportunity. We're in the affordable housing business, and that's what we've been providing for the last 4 years since we purchased the community from the Poe family. And I take a lot of pride in the community. People give the community other names, but these are people's homes, and they're affordable homes. And I would encourage you, if you haven't, drive through it and look at them, meet the folks. Some of them are here this evening who are going to be impacted by this if it gets approved. I'm not against at all what the applicant's trying to do, but it's such an intense use next to a residential multifamily high density use where people live. And it's unfortunate he can't find another site in this town that'll meet his requirements. But that's not my issue. My issue is to protect our residents. And I hope y'all will do that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Smith, did you want to do a rebuttal? If you do a rebuttal, they can do a rebuttal. If you do not do a rebuttal, then they cannot do a rebuttal. Okay. There is a 5-minute time limit for rebuttals. If you'll give Mr. Gorham a moment to set the clock.
Speak real quick to the pollution aspect of it, or the smoke and stuff like that. There's very minimal amount of engines and trucks that are running at pure diesel. They're broke down. We're doing brake jobs. We're doing tires. We're doing, just general repairs a lot of times. Yes, we have to crank them and run them, but we hit the road with them and we test drive them. In that same area, there is a heavy-duty major fueling station, Sheets, that borders those same properties, that runs 24/7 and fills tractor trailer-ups 24/7. There's just as much pollution going down 66 and Shields Road in one day that there will be in a year at pure diesel. The name scares people off. I don't get it because I'm in the industry and I know what it is, but that's all I can say. On the other thing, as far as the conditions that they ask, I've got no problem writing in that we will not work on anything 25,999 pounds and bigger, which will take every road tractor off the road. I will put that in writing, whatever I have to do. The other conditions, the day after the planning board meeting, my engineer, Vince Townsend, reached out to Mr. Boxbaum and wanted to speak with him about stuff. At that time, he said he hired an attorney. We got off the phone. We ended that conversation. I've had zero communication from anybody since then asking me to do anything for 30 days. So there has been plenty of time. That's all I got to say to answer those questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, we'll reset the clock. Mr. Thomas and Mr. Bucksbaum, do you have a rebuttal? If you could take 3 minutes and leave 2 minutes for the Barbers.
Mine will be very brief. When we had the last meeting and the matter came up about the continuance, and Mr. Smith came, he and I went to his place of business and went through some things. So I found out a little bit more, but there was a lot that I didn't. And there's been no further communication about that particular thing, about the, he sent me a site plan of his landscaping and talked about his hours and talked about, I wanted to see what he was talking about as far as vehicles. He showed me vehicles. We've had no other contact, but he's had no contact with any of the neighbors.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I love this town. It's small, it's friendly, and y'all get things done. But in my opinion, it goes a little too fast. I got notification through the mail only about the rezoning case probably about 30 days ago, and had to decide how to approach this. I'm the one that reached out to the applicant to understand more and to make the request that the staff recommended as sort of a starting point. But beyond that, just like Mr. Thomas had said here, the applicant never reached out to me, nor our residents. In fact, none of our residents knew about this until I notified them, which is unfortunate. Mr. Thomas has asked for more time so that we can dive into this, because this is a permanent decision. It's going to affect our property and his property the rest of my life, or our lives. This is permanent. So I want you all to reconsider or consider the impact this is going to happen, because this is it. And I think the simple solution is to give us more time. It's unfortunate what the market is doing, but this is a permanent deal. The market's going to change. The rates are going to change. I've been through highs and lows in this economy, just like everybody else, but this is permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Barber?
Mark sometimes has a memory problem because he has of his health issues. I went by and I stood in the parking lot outside his fence. Yes, ma'am, you can smell the diesel fumes from his business. No, you couldn't hear much anything because of all the highway traffic. I hear the tire place up above me. I can hear them from my house, so I can imagine what it's going to be like. But if you can smell it, you're breathing the invisible particles. So you're doing us residents an injustice by passing this, and I ask you not to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've heard from the proponent, we've heard from the opponents, we've heard a rebuttal, we've heard a response to the rebuttal. So I declare the public hearing closed. Is there discussion, questions of staff, questions of anyone in the room? Or do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the planning board on this rezoning.
Okay, and so that recommendation is on the screen?
That's correct.
So the motion is to move to amend the UDO by rezoning the property in case K547A5 from HBS to HBC. The said rezoning being consistent with the town's comprehensive plan, Kernersville Development Plan, and further being both reasonable and in the public interest because of the following facts. The petitioner requested a conditional use rezoning to allow a specific site plan to be considered to ameliorate impacts to adjoining properties. The petitioner's plan will promote economic development by allowing an existing business to expand operations and provide a high-quality development within an existing industrial and commercial subdivision. Were there any other conditions special to this case that the planning board put on later?
The planning board did not add any additional conditions. The two that I referenced were incorporated into the conditions that they saw, and they added no further conditions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that is Mr. Barrow's motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Thompson. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. All right, I've got Mr. Penix, Mr. Gorham, Mr. Barrow, and Mr. Thompson in favor. All those opposed? Mr. Apple is in opposition. Okay, I think that perhaps a break would be in order at this time. We will stand in a brief recess. All right, I'll bring this meeting back to order. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen. We are still in our public hearings part of the agenda, and we are now to item H, which is a public hearing on a rezoning. Brandon White, agent for MDC NC1 LP owner, requesting a single-phase conditional use rezoning from highway business special use to highway business conditional use for property located at 1180 South Main Street, being a portion of the PIN indicated on the agenda and containing a total of 1.03 plus or minus acres. Requested uses: restaurant with drive-through service, zoning docket K524A1, and consideration of an ordinance rezoning said property. We'll begin with a presentation by Community Development. Ms. Garner.
This is my final rezoning of the night, so I know you're all happy to hear that. Case 524.A1 is a conditional district rezoning down at Harmon Creek Shopping Center. The proposed zoning amendment is from the highway business special use to the highway business conditional use. There's a requested amendment to the conditions of the original approval. So the use is for a restaurant with drive-through, just over an acre portion of a parcel that totals 2.88 acres. It's the Burger King site. They're proposing to subdivide for an additional drive-through user. So the two-phase rezoning for the Harmon Mill Center limited the number of drive-through restaurants to 2 of the 3 out parcels. So the applicant is proposing to subdivide and redevelop the remaining portion of the Burger King lot for their new proposed restaurant. So the proposed amendment to the rezoning is restaurant with drive-through service, amending that restriction from 2 of 3 to 3 of 4 out parcels, since this would create a new out parcel. The current zoning is highway business special use. The requested zoning is highway business conditional use. Adjacent zoning districts are all in the highway business family, with institutional and public across the street at Triad Baptist Church. The site is designated as commercial in the land use plan. Commercial businesses include a mix of restaurant, retail, and service-oriented businesses per the development plan. And the development plan and land use plan encourage redevelopment of vacant properties. The new site improvements include an approximately 3,188 square foot building with outdoor dining area. It is oriented to minimize conflicts with the adjacent Burger King drive-through. This site would be accessed through the Burger King site, so there would be no new entrances on Harmon Creek Road or on South Main Street. Revised parking and landscaping, new sidewalk connection to South Main Street's existing sidewalk, and then again, it is accessed from the interior of the shopping center rather than from the public right-of-way. This site is also requesting an overlay modification similar to the tire shop that this board considered a few months ago. They would like to retain their existing mature landscaping that you can see in the photo on the right. The existing street yard is approximately 19.5 foot wide, which is consistent with surrounding street yards, and so they are requesting to keep that rather than requiring strict application of the ordinance, which would require the 22-foot street yard with a 3-foot berm and would destroy the existing vegetation. The planting requirements will be verified at time of construction document submittal. They may need an extra bush or 2 here or there to meet the standards, but they would like to retain the existing trees and bushes, as you can see in the photo. These are some elevation renderings of the building, showing the outdoor seating area on the south elevation, which would front onto Main Street. You can see that also here in the side view. And then it features a variety of different materials for architectural interest. and then the north and east elevations as well. Planning board and staff recommend amending the Unified Development Ordinance, rezoning the property in this case to highway business conditional use, finding that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and being both reasonable and in the public interest, because our development plan and land use plan recommend this area for commercial and encourage redevelopment and reuse of vacant and or underutilized properties. The conditional use district rezoning allows the specific site plan, building elevations, and proposed uses to be considered to address the unique character of the area as a transitional area coming into town. And the enhanced building and site design will contribute to the high quality built environment. Planning board and staff also recommend approval of the site plan and the conditions as presented in the staff report. This was heard at the April planning board meeting, and the vote was unanimous with the one member that was absent.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. I have John Kaczynski for the company signed up to speak.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the board. I'm John Kaczynski with Kimley Horn and Associates, 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601. I am the civil engineer of record for the project, and just here to answer any technical questions or comments that may come up. I believe staff has done a fine job in presenting the project and available for any questions.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming here tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else here in favor? Is there anyone else here in opposition? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Are there any questions of Mr. Kaczynski, of a staff, or do I have discussion and a motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion we approve this rezoning request based upon staff recommendation.
Okay, and Catherine, if you can put up the recommendation. So is the item displayed on the screen your motion? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Apple, second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor indicate by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. And when do you plan to begin work on this?
At the conclusion of this meeting, we'll be prepared to start our construction document process with the town. So.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Right along. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. It is the last presentation for public hearing by Ms. Garner, but we do have one more public hearing. It is a public hearing on the proposed financing of improvements to Civitan Park and the Police Department Range Building facility. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor and Board, you have in your packet a memo regarding the improvements. These improvements were included in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. Its improvements are actually the replacement of the police range building and the Civitan Park improvements. The park improvements are $1,552,000. The range building's $349,000. That's for a total of $1.901 million. We put it out. We had 4 lenders submit bids on that. The lowest of the 4 lenders was Pinnacle Financial Partners. Their rate was 2.56% for 10 years. So we are recommending approval, asking the board to approve Pinnacle Financial Partners to be the lender on those 2 projects.
This is well, Mr. Apple, did you have any concerns?
I wanted to reiterate what I said at our last meeting this month, and that is that I just want to publicly notify that my wife is an employee of Pinnacle. She does not stand to benefit financially in any way from this transaction, has not been involved in it, and that I have consulted with counsel for the town regarding any conflict, and I believe you've advised Ed that you do not see one.
I will reiterate what I said to you in the earlier meeting, that she's not going to have any kind of financial gain personally from any of this, and you would not have a conflict.
That is correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this financing proposal? Seeing none, is there anyone here in opposition? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion by Alderman Thompson. Do I have a second? Second by Alderman Penix. All in favor indicate by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay, we are to the public session. We are to speakers from the floor. Is there anyone here who'd like to address the board on an item that is not otherwise included on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 2B, discussion and consideration of a real property exchange with Providence Baptist Church. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor, I'll start by saying that the town was approached, it's been several months ago, by members of Providence Baptist Church. It's a church over on Nelson Street, right beside of the fire station and right beside of Civitan Park. I think maybe something that prompted it, they were looking to expand the church. They could not do that expansion because it would have been on town property. The town, as you are aware, is receiving a grant to do some improvements at Civitan Park, so we could not allow those improvements to go over onto town property. So the church is kind of surrounded there by town property on both sides. Members of the church approached myself and the mayor and asked if there was any interest on the town's part of possibly trading some town-owned property for the church property or purchasing the church property. I advised them that I would speak to the board, see if there was any interest in doing that. I've spoken to the board, I spoke to the previous board, and I've spoken to this board, and that has gotten us to the point where we are tonight. The board has expressed an interest in a property exchange, as you see on the screen, for some property that the town owns on West Mountain Street beside of Fire Station 43. There is, you see that property there, that's the town property. The property there is the church property. There's really one parcel here, and then the other parcel back in here goes with the fire station. So it's what we propose to do is combine these two parcels and make it 3 acres, which is what they would need for what they're proposing to do. And as you can see from this slide, this is the church, this is the town parking lot for the park, this is owned by the town, and then this is the fire station. So as I said earlier, they're completely surrounded by the town there on Nelson Street. So we met with the church, made this proposal. We moved forward. We got some appraisals done. And as you can see, the proposal is to exchange basically a 3-acre lot that the town owns for the church lot. The appraisals for the property, the town property appraised at $129,936. The church property appraised for $340,000, the difference between the two being $210,000, $210,064. The town agreed to trade with the church for $200,000. The parcel owned by the town, parcels actually, the two of them, are zoned RS12, which is residential single family. The church is classified as institutional purpose. That zoning is allowed in RS12 area and does not require rezoning or site plan approval by the planning board or board of aldermen. Construction plans for the site and building are reviewed by staff for code conformance, and I'll go over those in a minute. So what that means is that basically if Mr. Barrow owned the property and he wanted to sell it to Mr. Thompson, he could do that, and Mr. Thompson could build a church on it tomorrow, and it goes through staff. Likewise, Mr. Barrow could build a church himself if he owned it. So what can be built on it right now? You can build 3 to 4 homes on the 1.57 acre lot and 7 to 9 homes on the combined parcel of 3 acres. That would not require rezoning either. They would simply have to meet the requirements of the UDO. This is a site plan of the church. And as you can see, this is Nandina Lane. They will enter and exit the church on Nandina Lane. They have a driveway entrance and exit proposed on the Mountain Street, but I will tell you, and I think they will tell you, that is depends on the cost and whether or not DOT will give them a driveway cut on the Mountain Street. This is a building. These two are the buildings. You have the parking lot here and parking lot coming off here. I think they're proposing a sanctuary of about 375 seats, fellowship hall of 333 seats. They are covering a little bit over the 24% coverage, so they would need some type of small treatment device, and I'll cover in a minute what that will entail. They have the required number of spaces, as you'll see in a minute. I think it's 4 for every, it's 1 space for every 4 seats, I think is how that works. So you all have heard from some residents in Trillium, and I've addressed some of those concerns here. One of those is they would like a 50-foot buffer on the southern property boundary. This is not a requirement of the UDO and would not be required of anyone that constructed a residential development or a church on this property. You couldn't require it. They would not have to come to you for that. It can be built tomorrow, and that's not a requirement. Access point on Caladium Court. The church has indicated they will not use Caladium Court as an access to their property. Access will be from Nandina Lane and possibly Mountain Street if they can, if it's not cost prohibitive and if DOT will allow it. I did tell the church that, in my opinion, I think DOT, the only thing they would probably allow will be a right in, right out if you're going east. I don't think they will allow a left into it just because of the traffic. That would require them, my guess is, if they wanted to make a left into that property going west on Mountain Street, they would be required to build a turn lane, and at that point it becomes cost prohibitive. Use of Caladium Court as a construction easement. The church has indicated they will not use Caladium Court as a construction easement. They will use Nandina Lane. Impact to existing stormwater system. There's a drainage inlet that's on the town's property right now. That was actually designed and put in by the developer of Trillium. They had to do that so that they wouldn't back the town's water up on the town. That was the only way they could build that development, was to put that drainage inlet in there. So, as I said earlier, if the church goes over the 24%, they will be required to have a stormwater treatment device. That the drainage will tie into the existing inlet on the property and will run into, at some point, run into the stormwater device there on Trillium's property, which was designed to handle all of that area. When it was designed, when Trillium was designed, and when they put that inlet on the town's property, it was designed, their pond was designed to handle that. So again, same thing, if somebody wanted to build houses there or church, they would go in and do the same thing. They may have to move some piping or pipe it differently, but it would be the same thing as what the church will be required to do. Some other concerns, increased traffic. I'm not real sure how there's going to be any increased traffic in Trillium, because they're not going to be in Trillium to access the church. Noise is, we are talking about a church, so I don't think there will be a tremendous increase in noise. It will be minimal. They're not in use every day, mainly Sundays. They may have some events there sometime during the week, but that's minimal. They've been at their current location for many years, and you know, it's not a use that is out there breaking noise barriers every day, and I don't think we will see that with the church if they decide to relocate and the board approves it. I don't think you'll have any noise issues there. Now, some of them have said that the woods there are a buffer for the noise that they hear or for the traffic that's on Mountain Street for the railroad tracks. Okay, I agree with that, it is. But again, that is someone else's property that has the right to develop that property. And if someone else were to buy it and grade it off and build a building there, they lose their noise buffer. So the town didn't leave it there to be a noise buffer for Trillium. The parcel's just remaining from what the town purchased when we built Station 43. The plan was years ago, we would buy that, build the fire station. If we didn't need the remaining part of this parcel at some point in the future, we would put it up and sell it. And so here we are. So that it's a noise buffer for Mountain Street, I don't doubt that, but it's really not fair, I think, whether the town's a property owner or anyone else is a property owner, to expect that property owner to leave the trees on the property to be a noise buffer for folks in the adjoining neighborhood. Safety of the residents in Trillium, there's no more of a safety issue with a church there than there is with a wooded lot. I think the police chief can tell you that a wooded lot beside of a residential neighborhood attracts probably the potential for more crime and break-ins than what a lit parking lot with a church on it would. Right now, folks drive down to the end of Nandina Lane, they could get out, they go in the woods, they enter a house in Trillium. If so happens that a church is there with a parking lot, and that parking lot is lit, the chances of someone pulling in that lit parking lot and stopping there to commit a crime is slimmer than it would be as if the woods are there. I don't see a safety issue. Some of them mentioned the folks out walking in Trillium. I don't know how church is really going to be a safety issue for those folks walking. Again, those folks at the church are there at the church. So they wouldn't be using Trillium to access the church. You have the same safety issue potentially if it's developed as 7 houses, as you would with a church. So requirements for the church just can't go in and build and not do anything. RS-12 setbacks, they have to meet the setbacks there. You have a front setback of 20 feet, rear 25 feet, and this is from the property line. One side has to be 7 foot, combined side has to be 20 foot, the street side has to be 20 foot. You've got the building design. I'm not going to read all of that, but these are the building designs for the institutional and public use building design and material standards. The front facade no less than 50% of the horizontal length. Shall have arcades, windows. It talks about how the windows have to be, the flat roofs, cornice, all of that. Building materials, facade shall be brick, wood, and or horizontal vinyl siding of 5 inches or less in width. Primary facade material used in construction. I'm sorry, I didn't click on that one. Shall compose at a minimum 75% of the non-glass wall surface. Facade not visible from existing or proposed public right of way. Talks about what that has to be. Then it gets into the colors of the building and what the materials there can be. Some other requirements, they have requirements for impervious surface cover, buffering of parking areas, off-site parking to meet up to 50% of on-site parking requirements with a special use permit by the Board of Adjustment. The parking is 1 space per 4 seats, and it determines the width of a seat. Has to be paved parking, has to follow the highway corridor overlay district, and then internal parking landscaping. Buffer yard, again, there's not a buffer yard technically required from RS-12 against RSQ. And I can tell you that there's several churches around town that are in a residential area. One of the ones that you all, I'm sure, are familiar with, that you've ridden by probably multiple times, maybe never paid attention to it, is Fountain of Life. They're right beside Kensington Village. Pretty close in setback and dimensions to this, about the same size lot. I think Fountain of Life may be 4.5 acres. This is 3. They're right close to the homes. I rode through there yesterday. the roof line of the shelter coming off of the shelter there at Fountain of Life would be within 5 or 10 feet of the property line of the house in Kensington Village. Folks put up a fence, so that's kind of what they did. It's not required. They did that on that. So, that's where we're at. The only other thing I will say is that back in 2020, I had correspondence with someone from the HOA. At the time in 2020, the board was interested in selling this property. We had someone interested in buying it to develop it. I let the HOA know that. At the time, the 1 4/10 parcel appraised at about $44,000 an acre for that 1.4 acres. This time it's about $68,000. I think the price I told the person at the time was $44,000 and some dollars. The HOA had no interest in it. They said they weren't in a position. They had no interest in it. So, the opportunity has been there to purchase that. We now have someone interested in trading for it. And in my opinion, for the board to put restrictions on it that normally would not be placed on an individual property owner that owned the property, I don't think that's right. But again, that's up to you all as a board. But knowing that anybody could go out and buy it, the only difference is in the town owning it versus someone else owning it is we have to publicly advertise that we're potentially trading a piece of land doing a swap. We have to we have to advertise if it's a sale. So that's where that advertisement comes in, the public notice, and then they can come in and ask for conditions. If it was a private owner, that's not even applicable. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. I think a representative from the church is here, a representative from Trillium's here. Be glad to answer any questions after they get done if y'all have them.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Swisher at the moment? Okay. All right, so several people have signed up to speak, but this is an area of our agenda that our procedural rules have a 15-minute time limit, and there's a lot of interest in speaking on this. Would it be okay if Dr. Vereen from the church and another church member who's here speak as part of the town's presentation, given that they've talked to you about this?
Yes, ma'am. That would be my advice. I was actually going to call on Dr. Vereen to ask him to give his perspective from the church, since we have been working on it and it's basically a joint effort. And that would allow more time for the others to speak, I think.
Okay. And then with the information that you posted on with the agenda on Monday, and then the presentation here, I think maybe some of the questions that Trillium residents have been answered. But we did receive a letter from Deidre Matthews stating she was representing folks in Trillium. But I also have Mike Kopetsky, Madeline Bush, and Christina Clark signed up to speak. So, Mike, do you want to give your time to Deidre, or are you still planning to speak? I'm not quite ready for you yet, so just... Okay, that works. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right, I would like to recognize at this time Dr. Keith Vereen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Board of Aldermen. I am Pastor Keith Vereen, the pastor of Providence Baptist Church, located at 319 Nelson Street here in Kernersville, North Carolina. I'd just like to come before the board to state that the church has done its due diligence as far as researching this matter and consulting with professionals, our architect that has been working on our building design. Myself and Trustee Gavin Cunningham, we've walked through the property and looked at the potential for the property. As Mr. Swisher has indicated, Providence Baptist Church has been a viable part of this community for almost 137 years. We've been located at 319 Nelson Street for several years, which is another church, for an example, that is located right in the middle of a residential area. And we've been very good neighbors during that time. We've never had any conflict with the neighborhood. All of our services and our programs have been beneficial to our neighbors who have participated in the growth and the services and the worship at Providence Baptist Church. As the pastor, I can say, being over the worship and the services at Providence, that they will not extend beyond what the normal operation of a church that you see Sunday morning, Wednesday evening, that type of thing. We've been good neighbors for a long time, and I don't see that changing with the transfer or with the exchange to the proposed property. And I also like to say, for a disclosure, that I am a member of the Board of Equalization and Review here for Forsyth County, and whatever matter concerning Providence Baptist Church is brought before this board, there will be no impact or there will be no conflict concerning my sitting on that board and how I decide on any matter concerning property tax that may be a private matter or a commercial matter involving anyone on the board. So I just want to say that for a matter of record as well. I know that our deacon, Al Jabbar, wanted to speak, and so any other time that I have, I'd like to yield to him to be able to speak as well.
Very well. I'd like to recognize Mr. Al Jabbar.
Madam Mayor and distinguished board, my name is Al Jabbar. I live at 617 Daffodil Drive here in the great city of Kernersville. I moved in Trillium in 2008, and some of you know that Pierce Homes at that time was developing that property. My house was the last house before they went bankrupt. And of course, you know what happens when you're the last house and somebody goes bankrupt. But one of the things that I like to say is that as a member of Providence, and as a member of the Board of Deacons at Providence, I'm a little bit prejudiced because now I can walk to church. And that's not an everyday opportunity here in this time, day and time. But I know that the church I attend, I know it would be a great asset to the community, as we have been on Nelson Street. So I just ask this board, if you would, grant us this opportunity to continue this legacy that we have in the city of Kernersville. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Okay, I'll recognize Ladidra Matthews. And so if you take 3 to 4 minutes, everyone else will have somewhere around 3 to 4 minutes.
That sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Morgan and Mayor Pro Tem Apple, and I'll take this down, I'm a little shorter, and the aldermen of the board. Again, I'm Ladidra Matthews, office address 101 North Tryon Street in Charlotte. And again, I'm here on behalf of Trillium Homeowners Association. You heard HOAs are weak today. I'm here to tell you that this one is a very strong one. I have written each of you individually about this item tonight, and I'm before you today to emphasize the concerns of the HOA as expressed in that correspondence, and to reiterate the request that the board either postpone any vote on the exchange, a vote to approve the exchange until those concerns can adequately be addressed, or impose certain conditions that will protect the interests of the Trillium homeowners. We understand that the agenda packet attempts to address the homeowners' concerns, and we are appreciative of staff and their attention in that regard. However, those responses do not constitute binding conditions or hold the power to regulate any future development on the property. That ultimate authority lies with this board. And this is Trillium's only opportunity to address and petition this board to grant the relief sought. So I will just briefly go over the proposed conditions that were in the correspondence. The first was maintenance of a 50 feet vegetative buffer or some similar berm along the southern property boundary to separate the development from the 5 residential units located extremely close to that boundary line. In fact, there is a single family residence that is just 5 feet away from the boundary line. As mentioned in the agenda materials and the presentation today, the UDO would not impose any buffer whatsoever here. And so that threatens the right to privacy and enjoyment of the landowners and their property there. And again, there's no indication of a buffer on the proposed site plan that you've seen today. The second condition, proposed condition, is a prohibition of any access point or construction easement on Caladium Court. According to the agenda materials, the church will not use an Indiana Lane, will use an Indiana Lane, and not Caladium Court. Again, the agenda items do not constitute binding requirements, but since no access is contemplated, adding this as a condition to the property exchange will not prejudice or burden the town or the church. Lastly, we propose a condition that will require some kind of adequate measures to ensure that the new development will not negatively impact Trillium's existing stormwater system. The materials before you today indicate that there's an inlet built by Trillium on that parcel, and they were required to do that to build the subdivision back in early 2000s. That inlet, as far as I know, will still be the responsibility of Trillium HOA. And even if not, that inlet drains into the stormwater system, as you've heard today, of Trillium, which they would in fact be responsible for the stormwater measurements, control measurements that are on their property. You heard that if the development has more than 24% impervious area, they would have to have some kind of stormwater control measure on their property, but more than likely it would drain into that inlet and by extension to the homeowner association's stormwater control measures on their property. And as far as I know, and in speaking with my client, there has not been any arrangements to or any discussions with the church or the town about how the maintenance of that stormwater system would go forward in order to mitigate the impacts on the homeowners association. I'll close really briefly so that everyone else can speak. I want to make clear that I don't stand before you today opposing the exchange of the property, and we have no doubt or no question that the Providence Baptist Church will be good neighbors. Our concerns are more related to the development itself and those impacts. There are potential negative impacts associated with the construction of the new facility. The HOA urges the town to address those proactively. You heard that if this was a private owner selling to another private entity, then we wouldn't be here today. But of course, that's not the case, right? The town is not a private seller or an owner of the property. You have the responsibility to all of your citizens to promote responsible development, and we ask that you use your authority to do that in granting these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll recognize Mike Kopetsky. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Mike Kopetsky. I live at 514 Clematis Way in Kernersville in the Trillium subdivision. I'm also the president of the Trillium HOA. Couple things that I wanted to mention, and I'm not going to take a long time. Curtis, I was on the building committee at Fountain of Life. Kensington Village wasn't there. Kilburn was, and we worked with the residents of Kilburn to make sure that there was a smooth transition between the building of the church and the property lines. In fact, we paid for a number of pine trees to be built as a buffer. So one of my concerns is, and I don't understand why there's such a hurry to do this, why we can't have a meeting with the church, with the town, sit down and kind of go through the things that are important to our residents. We tried to meet with the pastor of the church. We got passed off to another gentleman, and he said, not until we own the land. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. And you'll hear that from several people who are here. There's a lot of concerns that you mentioned. I can go down this list, but it says will not cannot. And until the town says you can't do this, we're subject to the maybe it can happen. So that's basically all I have to say. We're not opposed to the church. We know the church will be good neighbors. My next door neighbor is a member of the church and has gone to that church, her family, I think, for 40 years, I think she told me. And so we would like to just have a friendly transition as the church gets built so that we know and our citizens know that we've worked together to be good neighbors. One last point, our covenants, I don't know, Curtis, if you've ever read our covenants, but the master covenants would require, if you use our water retention ponds, to pay a fee. So that's something else that we would have to negotiate as we move through this process. I'll give up my time to the rest.
Thank you. I'll next recognize Madeline Bush.
I'm sorry, I'm slow and I'm late. Good evening, or is it morning yet? Mayor, Alderman, it's been a long time since I was here. I don't have any problem with the church building next to Trillium. My question is, with all of the property that the town owns, why was that selected right up against a development? Can anyone answer that? I mean, you know, it's an exchange. So with all the other property you own, why couldn't you exchange for another property? Who has any answers? Why was that property selected?
This is your time to make comments, so we'll proceed.
Oh, okay.
It's not a discussion.
Well, you know, transparency is very important. And I don't see any transparency. So my comment is, there must be other properties. My comment is, if we can't get buffers, the parking lot is right there. The one house, you know, 5 feet away is the property line. Just think about what you're asking, both, because we certainly want to be good neighbors. I don't think that the town has thought this through. Again, transparency. And if it's voted on tonight, I hope it's voted here in the public so that we know how people stand too. The word tonight is transparency. Thank you.
Next, I'll recognize Christina Clark.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the board. I'm just an old sailor. I'm not accustomed to public speaking, so I'm just going to read what I've written and hope you understand my sentiments. I will be more personal in my opinions. I may repeat some of the things that have been brought up, but it's better if I just read.
We may not be able to hear you very well. Is there a way you can put the microphone a little closer? If you speak right into the zone of it, it'll typically pick up, and it adjusts a little bit.
Is this better?
It is.
Okay. My name is Christina Clark. I live at 591 Caladium Court. I'm a resident in the Trillium subdivision off West Mountain Street. I have lived in Trillium only a short time, starting in 2018. However, I have been dreaming of and working towards owning this particular home since my best friend and I watched them being built. And since she moved into the neighborhood, I watched that house. I waited for it to go on the market at a time when I could obtain it. I knew this was the house I wanted because we have shared grandchildren and they could safely visit between us and play in our yards. And because my full understanding was that there would be no other homes built at the end of my road. I am that house. The fact that my house was the last house and had a wooded area to block the sights and sounds from the road and the railroad was the #1 reason for wanting this house over any other. I have many concerns with the proposed land swap and building of the church. I have no objection to a church. They're wonderful people. I would not want my own church built there. Some of my concerns of the negative impacts of having a church or anything else built so close to my home and other adjacent homes include, but are not limited to, decreased home value, increased noise, increased traffic through our neighborhood, parking around or on our properties, the lost feeling of isolation safety, especially for our senior neighbors who like to walk a lot, negative impact to wildlife. As the homeowner who is going to be most negatively impacted by this proposed scheme, I want to get a little more personal here. I am both sad and angry about this plan. Since it has been so quietly done, it feels very dishonest and sort of backhanded to me. I mean, I've only recently learned of it, and I don't know how that's possible if that land was offered, because I know that I and other people in the neighborhood would like to have obtained that property. This may not be the intention for it to have been done that way, but it is the way it feels. My dream home will no longer be a dream home. It will no longer be private and peaceful. By losing the woods, I will be losing the noise barrier that actually cuts down on some of the noise from West Mountain and from General Railroad noise. One of the biggest negative impacts will be on my wildlife friends. Since moving here, and this is very personal to me, I know to some people it makes no difference, I have been feeding and training the crows, and yes, you can do that. And they have come a long way with this training. And if this moves forward, they will have to move their entire murder. They will not be able to have their families in that wooded area. On this small piece of land, I have been neighbors and friends with a family of deer who return through all seasons and with each new generation. A wild turkey, a raccoon and his best buddy, the possum, and her babies. A family of foxes. I see the mom the most, and the dad keeps an eye on her from a distance. I have beautiful blue jays, cardinals, chickadees, robins, hummingbirds, and many other birds. I do pay very close attention to their behaviors and eating habits to make sure there's no sign of illness, such as rabies or whatever. I do pay attention to this. There is no way that they will not be negatively impacted by this destruction of their habitat. I very much do not want this plan to go forward. I do not feel that any type of barrier, such as a thin line of planting or even a built wall, will improve the situation. This plan will in no way benefit or enhance Kernersville. It will, however, without a doubt, destroy the serenity I have found on this small piece of property in Kernersville. I sincerely hope that you will not overlook the impact it will have on the wildlife. I don't know if many of you know this, but certain hummingbirds, once you destroy their habitats, you can lose the entire line of that hummingbird. Now, we do not have the multicolored hummingbirds. I realize that would be an unusual thing to have, but we do have multiple varieties of them in that area. So thank you for your time listening.
Thank you. All right. Is there a discussion, questions?
Madam Mayor, if the board would
Go ahead, Mr. Swisher.
allow me, I'll address the concern that the speaker had regarding transparency. I don't really know how much more transparent you can be. You're sitting here discussing it at a public meeting. It's been advertised in the paper. And the decision, if it's made by the board, will be made at the public meeting. It won't be made in closed session. It'll be made in public meeting. It was advertised as required by state law. We put an ad in the paper as required by state law on April 12th of 2022 that addressed the notice regarding exchange of real property. And in that ad, it addressed the exchange, the values of the properties to be exchanged, the parcels of the properties to be exchanged, and the amount that the town would be paying. It also indicated who the exchange was with, and that was in the notice that ran in the paper. It was advertised for the meeting last week. It was discussed at the briefing session. It was on the part of the meeting that was the briefing session. So it was advertised on Facebook with a link to the agenda. It was advertised again for this meeting. So if folks aren't satisfied with how transparent that is, I don't think this board is really the place to take that. That needs to be a change in state law because we're required to follow state law, which we followed that and went above and beyond that. We're not required to really do what we do with Facebook or any of that. So we put that out there for the public to see. So it's been advertised. Obviously, the public's aware of it. They're here. I think you all started getting emails and calls about it before the briefing last week. So I just wanted to address that. The other item, and I've talked to Town Attorney Mr. Powell, the requirements that they're asking you all to put on there is really a matter between Trillium and whoever else owns that property. They need to work that out as a civil matter between both of them. Because as I've told the board, for the town to go and put extra conditions on that would not be placed on an individual property owner that owned the property. If an individual property owner owned it, and I think Mr. Kopecki spoke about Fountain of Life putting up buffer against Kilburn, that wasn't required by the town. I think they did that as neighbors with Kilburn. So they worked it out between themselves. That's what needs to happen here. Otherwise, you're going to hold the church to a standard that you wouldn't hold someone else to. If a private party owned that land and was to sell it or to develop it, you couldn't put those regulations on it. If they wanted those requirements, they would have to work that out with whoever bought it at the time. So I just wanted to address those two. I'll be glad to address anything else that came up from any of the speakers. Mr. Powell can also address any that came up from the legal standpoint. Oh, I got one more thing. I think the question came up, why this piece of property? The town doesn't have as much vacant property lying around that we don't have a future use for as what some folks think. This was one parcel that we had, or that we have, that we don't have a future plan for. The plan was, as I stated to the board earlier, if we did not need the remnants of this parcel for future expansion of the fire station, the plan was to dispose of this parcel. That's what we're doing. The other parcels we have, most of them with the exception of probably one, and it's not in the city limits of Kernersville, actually, it's in Winston-Salem, we've got future plans for. So this is one of the parcels that was big enough to accommodate a church. That's why this parcel. You know, the town now owns 65 acres at Ivy Redmond Park. We have plans for that 65 acres. The town owns the land over here on South Main Street. We have plans for that on South Main Street. We've got plans for the parcels at Civitan Park. As I mentioned earlier, there's a grant there, so we can't use those. Some of the other parcels that we own aren't suitable to build on. And then we have a parcel that's in the middle of a neighborhood in the city of Winston-Salem that was not suitable. It's a larger parcel. You wouldn't want to break it up. So that's why this parcel was chosen. It was a remnant of a parcel, and we don't have future plans for it. Plans, again, where if we needed it for the fire station, we don't need it for the fire station. I mean, that's the long and short of it. I don't know who told the last speaker that there were no plans to build houses at the end of Caladium Court on that land. To my knowledge, they never spoke to anyone at the town, because the speaker or the lady I spoke to in the HOA in 2020, and I have the email, I told her that there was an interest from someone to buy that property, and they would build 3 to 4 houses that would not be part of the HOA. So I don't know where the information came to her that there were no plans to build houses there. The town certainly didn't have any plans, but that doesn't mean that there weren't plans to sell the property to a developer. So I'm sorry if she was given that information. I don't know who she was given that information by. But the information that I gave to the HOA in 2020 was contradictory to what she was told in 2018. So, you know, there would been interest in that parcel to build houses on, and I will tell you that that is the case. Someone could go in and build houses there, access those houses from Caladium Court, and they would not be a member of the HOA. So there's an option there to do that as well.
Madam Mayor, I gave each member of the board and you a copy of General Statute 168-271, which is a state law concerning exchange of property, and talks about what cities can do. And we have followed that statute explicitly by advertising in the newspaper and giving all this proper notices required by state law. And it's about as much transparency as anybody could get.
Mr. Powell, will you repeat that reference in case anyone here is trying to look it up or needs to make a note of it? The statute number.
It's General Statute 160A which is, of course, as you know, the municipal statute, -271. It's entitled Exchange of Property. And it deals with the exchange of property by a municipality.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any further questions, discussion?
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the exchange of real property between the town of Kernersville and Providence Baptist Church.
Okay, I have a motion by Alderman Gorham. Do I have a second?
I'd second that.
I have a second by Alderman John Barrow. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay. Is there anything further on this item, Mr. Swisher? Okay, we will move on then to item C, consideration of an ordinance for budget amendment number 7 for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Madam Mayor and Board, you have in your packet budget amendment number 7. There's 3 general fund expenditure increases and a couple of revenue increases. The expenditure increases, we've increased police department expenditures for $150,000 to cover costs for construction improvements at the range building. That's $150,000 over what was budgeted in fiscal year 21-22. We've increased fire department expenditures in the net amount of $100,000 for the rehabilitation of the fire truck, 1923 Brockway American LaFrance fire truck that the board approved at the last meeting, and that will be covered with some grant money, or actually some other projects that we use grant money for, and we'll transfer that money over to cover the fire truck. And then $200,000 increase in street department expenditures, and that was approved at the last meeting as part of the $400,000 grant money also. In the revenues, you have a $400,000 increase in revenues. That is the grant that will be covering those expenses. So when everything's said and done, you'll have an increase of $50,000 coming from the fund balance appropriated to help cover some of those costs. That's the increase in the range building's $150,000. We had a $100,000 grant for that. So the other $50,000 have to be covered from fund balance.
Okay, do I have any questions or do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Alderman Thompson. Do I have a second? Second by Alderman Penix. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, moving on then to item D about Civitan Park.
Madam Mayor and Board, we finally got a contract for Civitan Park. Took a little while, and I think Ed and Franz wrapped it up either yesterday or today. It's a little bit different process, as you can see in that memo. We put it out to bid. We only had 2 bidders on it. Had Fourth Elm Construction at $2.532 million and ASJ Wilson at $1.977 million. And once we started reviewing the bids, we realized that ASJ Wilson, the reason their bid was so low was they didn't include all of the project. So we kind of had to eliminate them as a bidder, but we had a little bit of an issue with Fourth Elm and that their bid was more than what we budgeted for the project. So we went back. You're allowed to go back and negotiate at that point. We went back and negotiated with Fourth Elm. We got them down to $2,178,730. We are recommending approval of Fourth Elm to be the contractor on the improvements to Civitan Park. We do not want to rebid it. Like I say, with 2 bidders the first time, we're afraid this time around we might come up goose egg and we'd really be in trouble. So Fourth Elm, they're here in Kernersville. Ed and Franz has worked with them, worked it out, gotten a good contract in place, and we can start work on that. The total cost of the project, will be right around 2.5 million. Town of Bar, as you just saw, the 1.552 million, and then we've got grants and so forth coming in to cover the remaining part of that. Be glad to answer any questions. If it's details about the contract, I'm going to let Mr. Powell answer that because he's the one that read all 60-some pages of it. He's up to date on all of them.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Powell or Mr. Swisher? Or do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion for approval?
Second. Yes.
Okay. Motion for approval by Alderman Thompson, second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Moving on, this is the contract award for the Police Department Range Facility. Mr. Swisher?
You have in your packet the bid amounts and the bidders. We did get one more bidder on this project than we did the Civitan Park. And as is with most projects, it was more than what we anticipated, which is not a shock. You see the low bidder on that is Colt Simmons Construction, $460,100. And I think we budgeted about $310,000 for it. So like everything else, it went up. We are recommending awarding the contract for the construction of that range building to Colt Simmons Construction. We've checked and they have bid it appropriately, and they bid everything in their bid that needs to be in it. So we feel confident they will do a good job, and we're asking the board to approve them as the contractor.
Okay, any questions, or do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Mayor.
Got a motion by Bill Apple. Do I have a second? Second by Alderman Penix. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, we are to the consent agenda. These matters are considered to be routine.
You've got item F, Madam Mayor.
I'm so sorry. Just scrolled on past the SIDA. Item F is consideration of a SIDA, Special Intensive Development Application Request for property located at 900 West Mountain Street. Mr. Swisher or Ms. Gardner?
This is in conjunction with case K799. The Board of Aldermen, upon recommendation by the Watershed Review Committee, may grant the Special Intensive Development Allocation, or SIDA, which permits the development on a project-by-project basis of 10% of the WS3 watershed land area within the Kernersville planning jurisdiction up to a maximum of 70% impervious coverage. So the Watershed Review Committee uses performance criteria to evaluate these requests, and projects must have a score of at least 200 to qualify. The Watershed Review Committee has reviewed the applicant's request for the SIDA based on the adopted criteria in the UDO. You can see the standard and the points received in the chart on the right-hand side of the screen. And the Watershed Review Committee recommends approval of the SIDA for 70% of the 14.32 acres at 900 West Mountain Street.
Okay, are there any questions? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion to approve by Alderman Gorham, second.
Second.
Second by Alderman Thompson. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay. Now we're to the consent agenda. Thank you for I was going a little too fast to finish the meeting. Okay, cool. All right, we are to the consent agenda. These matters are considered to be routine by the board and will be enacted by one motion with no separate discussion unless a board member or citizen so requests, in which event the matter will be removed from the consent agenda and considered under the following item. 3A is approval of minutes for the March 30 closed session. 3B is consideration of appointments to volunteer boards and commissions. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to see an item removed? Is there any board member or staff person who'd like to see an item removed? Seeing none, may I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Thompson, second.
Second.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, we have your town manager's report. Mr. Swisher, I'm sure it's a very brief report.
I have nothing. That's as brief as I can be.
All right, Mr. Powell.
I have nothing to.
Thank you. Matters to be presented by the mayor and board of aldermen. I'll start with Mr. Thompson.
I have nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vera? Mr. Apple? Mr. Gorham? Mr. Penix, I would like to follow up on Mr. Barrow's comment about the visibility and clarity of the maps. I don't know if it is the scan, as we're hoping, as Mr. Barrow noted, and I thought that's a very hopeful problem. I don't know if it's the graphics card in the graphics capability of the iPad. I know in my computer, when I pull these up from the town website, it is blurry. So I would like to get paper copies of the maps until we figure out how to scan a copy that comes up clear. I have pulled it up on a different computer outside of the meeting, a different monitor, and gotten a much clearer map. So I don't know if it is the scan quality or if it's what we're using as reference, that's the capability to pull it up. So I do think that's important because you cannot see the detail you need to see. We can, zoom in and that sort of thing, which is great on the having digital copies of these things. But until we have that resolved, I think whoever would like it, I think we need the big fold out map.
Yeah, and it could be a combination of things. It could be the scanned copy, and it could also be the copy that we are receiving from the developer. And then when it may not be that great quality.
Can they submit it digital though?
Our applicants do submit digital and paper copies, and so sometimes, especially in the PowerPoints, it's a resizing issue, trying to make it, the scale of these developments is so large to fit onto a small PowerPoint, it does get fairly blurry. We're happy to provide the paper copies, and perhaps maybe the best way to resolve the scale issue is to upload the maps as a separate document attached to the agenda, so that way you can pull them up directly and then zoom in on the full size. They are large files, and they do take a long time to load. We've found that trying to print them sometimes. So if someone has an internet connection that may be a little slower, it could take a little bit longer for all of that to download just with the size of the file.
Well, I had that issue here in the room tonight, clicking on the site plan link. And so I could not see the detail as to whether there was a sidewalk around that site with the size of monitor and the download speed here in the courtroom and clicking on that link. And I saw Mr. Barrow's monitor as we took a break, and I noticed the same kind of issue about detail.
I think all we have to do is make sure when people submit something that they submit it of a high enough quality. I mean, that's all it is. It's file size, and it's a whole lot easier to load a low resolution picture. Works faster and everything.
We
just can't see anything.
We could have a low resolution option for a quick look and a higher resolution for seeing the detail too, maybe. I mean, it's something, we've got a great technology department here, but I think it is a good issue to pursue because we need to be able to see the detail, and you can if you have the folded out paper map.
And honestly, on the site plan you're referring to, Mayor, I don't know that you could tell where the sidewalk would be on the regular printed copy. I mean, because it's jumbled in, it's got a red line over it. It's jumbled in with the landscaping. I don't know. I'm looking at it on my laptop, which has got good resolution. I mean,
this is not the first case I've noticed this with. I've noticed it with other maps. That's why I've tried to pull them up on different systems.
We can load it up separately, like Ms. Garner talked about, and see if that helps. You can just pull it up separate from the PowerPoint if you want to do that. Next month we'll load it up separate and see what it looks like, and if it doesn't come out, we can get a map for you to have to see what it's like. And some of it's going to be on that screen in particular. It will look a little fuzzy anyway, but on your iPad, it should be pretty clear. But we'll work on it and see what we can come up with.
Excuse me, I was looking at the same one you're talking about,
Yeah.
And when I pulled up the one that said case 799 site plan,
Yeah, that's what
when I pulled that one up, I could expand it and make it big as I wanted.
Yeah.
That's a high resolution picture that I can say.
Yeah, that's
I
what
think it must be the ones that are embedded in the documents. Is that correct, Ms. Garner?
That's probably due to resizing,
and
trying to
that
fit
was-
it on
that-
a regular
and
sheet of paper.
Because that one is big enough.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know
can-
about the rest of them, but.
Yeah, it's like Alderman Barrett said, you can click on that map and you can make it as big as you want, and you can get it big enough, you can maybe actually, if you look real hard, kind of tell where the sidewalk goes. But in that particular one, it's still kind of hard to tell just because of the way they've got everything.
Okay.
But I think that'll work. Just load them as an individual site plan like we did on this case. And that allows you to zoom in on it and zoom out and move it however you want to. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Is there anything else we need to? Oh, the Spring Folly. Chris Comer is likely watching because they have already set up for tomorrow night for the sponsors, and typically there ends up being a 5 a.m. Interview after the rides are set up with some news stations. So just a shout out to the Chamber of Commerce. Chris Comer is the director of the Chamber of Commerce, and the volunteers that are organizing the wonderful festival, Spring Folly, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. So I hope everyone enjoys that. Is there any further business before the board this evening? If not, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Alderman Thompson, second. Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor? Signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and involvement in the meeting tonight.